I don't go into it to a degree that y'all go into it. Like, I just have my own opinions on things, and I'm not the smartest person in the world, obviously. And all I wanted to mention was,
so like the crazy shit going on. You just feel like he's the better candidate?
And just open y'all's eyes to the crazy shit that's going on in the world. That's all I gotta say. Goodbye.
Okay. All right. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. So, by the way, he was saying that we should, but he didn't want to address it with Trump. Is a pretty interesting point there. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Let's go, buddy.
How old are you?
Parker? I'm 38.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I support Donald Trump.
For sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
At the time of the run-in, I would definitely vote again for Donald Trump, just because of his promises. If you could go back
right now with your understanding right now.
My understanding right now against Kamala and Donald? I would still vote for Donald.
Okay, why is that? Actually, let me thank some people and then we'll go on to that conversation real quick. There's a few people I need to thank real quick. Carolina, thank you again. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Viz, thank you so much for the $2. Gibbon, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Evie, thank you so much for the $10. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Audrey, thank you so much for the $5 for my fake job, by the way. Flying Squirrel, thank you so much for the $2. Amit, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 again. Thank you. Healy, thank you so much for the $10. Minnie with the $20. Thank you so much, Minnie. I really appreciate it. John with the $10. Twice, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for John in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Lisa, thank you so much for the $5. Ashlyn, thank you so much for the $5. If you won't, we will. Thank you so much for the $5. And then Chance, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously. Burren, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zoe, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Zoe, Kutsa W's for Zoe in the comment section. Kelly with the $50 on Cash App. Thank you, Kelly. W's as well for Kelly in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kelly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For sure. So why do you support Donald Trump, sir?
I support him. Before he got into office, I did like a few things he had promised with the overtime on no taxes on overtime. I supported controlling the border a little more. I have no problem with immigration as long as it's done correctly. I noticed over the Biden administration a lot of MS-13 and 18th Street gang members that were coming in and committing crimes that were being let go by their country to come in here illegally. And I just feel like he was the better candidate at the time that was running compared to Kamala, who I felt like, and I come from Boston. I came as a Democrat. I started opening my eyes a little more and I felt like Kamala was sidelined by the Democrat. Kamala was sidelined.
You could just say Harris as well.
Okay, Harris. There we go. Harris was sidelined by the Democratic Party because she wasn't a particular fit for certain positions that she was given.
Harris was never sidelined because she wasn't quote unquote fit to be in any position. I don't see any evidence or reason to believe that. And then the Biden-Harris administration policy didn't lead to more violent criminals coming to the country. I would actually say that it prioritized deporting people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. So if the law enforcement is not focused on specifically deporting people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are just working to benefit the communities that they're existing in, well, then it would be the case that they have less time to focus on particularly people who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes. So I believe anyone who's in the country who's undocumented, who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, should be given a pathway to citizenship specifically so that we can address that and give law enforcement a focus in on specifically people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. And then in terms of immigration as a whole, did you know that at the end of the first administration for Donald Trump, there were higher levels of border crossings than the end of the Biden-Harris administration? So actually, Biden inherited a less secure border than he handed over to Trump.
Well, I do, but also I feel that under the Obama administration, who was also a Democratic, coming from a Democratic Party, that there was more illegal immigrants ever deported than anybody in U.S. president history under his administration. And I also feel that Biden, when Trump was in office, well, he is in office now, but they had put a halt. They were trying to halt illegal immigrants going back to their countries as far as allowing law enforcement to do their jobs and step in and help ICE. And there was a lot of certain states going over the country that were protesting against it, that did not want law enforcement helping with ICE and our Border Patrol agents.
Yeah, so there's a few things like this. So Clinton, I'm pretty sure, had more people that were particularly deported under his administration. But if we want to look at the overall effect of this, what you're not understanding is that they used due process rights, whereas the Trump administration isn't utilizing due process rights. So that's a big distinction. Although I do disagree with anyone who they have deported who hasn't committed a violent crime or a bad crime.
Okay, but you have no problem with violent criminals that came here illegally being deported?
Yeah, people who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes, I think they should be deported on the context that they're going to be put in a prison in another country.
Okay. And as far as them being sent to that new prison that was built in El Salvador, are you for that, or?
No, I mean, that's a concentration camp that Donald Trump was sending people to.
As far as, I'm saying, as far as MS-13 or 18th Street gang members that came from violent backgrounds from other countries.
The issue is the lack of due process, and they don't really like require anything to like actually convict people, like in plenty of contexts, where they like can convict people based upon like the presence of tattoos, which is not like enough evidence to indicate that someone is affiliated with committing any particular actions. Secondly, you're saying MS-13 is wait, people are saying first vid. Is there like a vid that you have that's crazy or something?
You asking me, or are you asking?
Yeah. I guess I'm asking.
No, I've just seen a lot. I live in Arizona. I just seen a lot out here that, in regards to MS-13, 18th Street, as long as Los Angeles.
Can you name like a Trump policy that leads to less violence in the country?
As far as less violence, I just agree with deportation of illegal immigrants is what I stand for, and I just feel like at the time. So I had trouble back in the time when a couple of years ago when Biden was in office, where I had applied for food stamps at the time, going through a rough time, and I was declined. And what they told me at the food stamp office was either you have to be an illegal or from another country.
That's just,
yes, exactly.
I don't know why they would have told you need to be an undocumented immigrant. Undocumented immigrants don't qualify for food stamps.
Okay, but they do get them, or they go to the top of the housing market when it comes to Section 8.
No, they don't qualify for Section 8.
They do qualify, though.
How?
They do. Whether they have fake IDs, fake licenses. There's a lot of.
So to clarify, so undocumented immigrants can qualify if it is the case that they commit identity theft. So they're committing another crime of identity theft.
A lot of them do it. A lot of them do it. Yes, I know a lot of.
No, actually, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. The idea here that you're saying that undocumented immigrants, right, at mass are committing identity theft in order to be able to get Section 8.
Okay, let me correct that. My issue is they all know how to get food stamps correctly by saying they're single mothers with 6 kids or whatever the situation. That is my problem.
But you need to be a citizen in order to be able to get access to it.
That's what Trump put a stop to, because under the Biden administration,
that's what existed prior.
No. There was what am I talking about? That's why Trump put a stop to it, because there was a lot of illegal immigrants. If you look at the numbers, I'm not talking policy, I'm just talking by numbers here. If you look at the numbers of immigrants that were getting food stamps under the Biden administration, it was in the millions compared to what Trump had said what qualifies for food stamps. They were giving it out to anybody. I worked under the table. I knew.
What's your source?
What's my source? I worked with people that were collecting food stamps.
My own experience. That's it. My anecdotal experience.
You act like a child as a 22-year-old kid. You are not the next Charlie Kirk. So I give it to you for being on here and talking your party and backing it up. But I will tell you that the Biden administration had screwed this entire country up, and Harris can't even get a sentence together when she's in front of
Yes,
a
she
podium
can.
debating. No, she can't.
She did all the time. Can you give me one
Can
clip
I
of
ask you
her?
one question?
Wait. Seriously,
why did
I would love
Kamala
for you to
have
give me.
those
Wait, hold up.
earrings that were
You gotta
speakers?
listen.
She had a set of earrings. Okay.
You gotta listen. Can you give me one clip of Kamala Harris not making sense? Like seriously, I've never even heard a clip of her not making sense. I could play you multiple clips of Trump not making sense. You have to unmute your mic. Click the microphone in the bottom right. I sent you the invite.
Turn on. Okay, so she was on the radio station with him, and she tried to put a sentence together when he asked if she smoked marijuana, and she said, "Of course."
You can't say that on the live. Well, that's
just asked
unfortunate. You can't say that on the live. It's TikTok TOS. That means I have to go into the next person because it will literally flag the stream. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate, bud. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Nah, fuck the Marmalade Messiah.
To the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the stream, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Alrighty.
Hey, Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am going to be 20 about 2 weeks. My birthday is October 6, 2005.
Do you support Donald Trump?
About 75%.
Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Right now, I lean towards Trump.
Okay. Soraya, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
For sure. What month?
January.
Okay. Johnny, have you been on my stream before?
Yeah, we talked for about 20 minutes last night.
Well, Johnny, I do appreciate you coming up. Since you've already been on the stream, I am going to go on to the next person, but I do really appreciate you, man.
Did you bring me back? I brought some points back.
Did I
some
tell
point
you you
later?
could come back or something?
Well, you said I was really respectful and you love to talk to me again, but I mean,
Okay. Well, we only talked for 20 minutes, you said?
yeah, something like that. I just wanted to talk quick about illegal immigration because that was what we talked about last night, and I had some points I wanted. To
I'll let you make one point, and then I'll go on to the next person. So
Awesome. Thank you so much. So basically, yesterday we talked about illegal immigration, and my point was that I thought Donald Trump was going to be better at it than the Kamala Harris, whatever her term if she were to get voted in. You told me to go back and look at some statistics about how the Trump administration actually did worse in 2016 in his first term than the Biden administration did in the next. And so I actually looked it up, and the facts back it up. The Trump administration in 2016, they only deported about 200,000 illegal immigrants. The Biden administration, 2020 to 2024, deported about 1 million immigrants. But then I took a look. I was trying to find some stats about the Trump administration in 2025, but it just said there was incomplete data. So I have a few quotes, one from CNN and one from Pew Research. Pew Research says that it, quote, probably has started to, the illegal immigration population has probably started to decline due in part to increased deportations and reduced protections under the Trump administration, end quote. And then from CNN, they said about 350,000 illegals have been deported under the Trump administration as of August. 200,000.
Did I tell you to look at Politico?
Politica, and I also looked at
Yeah. So that one will show the border crossings, and then you can click on directly on that. It will show there were less border crossings at the end of Biden compared to Trump, because you're looking for a specific data set. 20 through 24 is including parts of Trump's administration, because Biden was president 21 through 25.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I guess I was just looking at the lines in the graph or whatever. Maybe I just
Yeah, and I'm
messed up.
referencing daily crossings at the very end. Like throughout most of the Biden administration, there were more people coming to the country. Now that was due to economic insecurity because of the pandemic and inflation, right? Global inflation that affected economic insecurity around the world that incentivized more people to come to the country. Plus there was a backlog from COVID that existed prior. But if you do look
Okay.
at the end of the administration in terms of the Trump administration, first term, and the end of the Biden administration, it is the case that you actually see a higher level of border crossings on a daily average at the end of the Trump administration compared to the end of the Biden administration. So essentially the point that I'm making is that the border that Biden inherited was less secure than the border that he handed over to Trump.
That's interesting. Yeah, because I guess the Trump administration is on track right now to do about 2 million deportations. As of right now, like by the end of the year, they should be at 500,000 at this rate. But that is a good point that they inherited a better border. My point with why I side with Trump on illegal immigration, I like 3 of the moves that he's done since he's become president. The first move would be Executive Order 14165, the securing our borders. And that ended the catch and release policy with eliminated releasing some immigrants when awaiting proceedings, because we were letting a lot of people go while they were being detained, and then they were still illegal. They just went back out there.
Wait. So when you're saying releasing people, particularly, you're talking about people who are seeking asylum, correct?
No, I'm talking about ICE detainees.
So people, it depends on the context. Like, have they been?
Yes.
If they aren't determined to specifically have been an undocumented immigrant, then they would be released.
Yeah, then they're released. But it was like there were people getting released while they were being detained because there wasn't enough evidence. But now there's less restriction on that. If you have some evidence, they can be kept for a little bit longer. That brings me to the next point, the Lake and Riley Act. I'm very supportive of that.
Wait, where does it say that if you have some evidence, you can keep people for longer? Because, for example,
The
the
direct
Lake and Riley
quote that I
Act, it's
took-
only based upon an accusation of a crime, not actually evidence.
The quote that I have written down is, quote, eliminates releasing some, and there's emphasis on some immigrants when awaiting proceedings. So I figure that deals with what they're being charged with, or the severity of it.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to see specifically to see if I particularly agree with it. So I'll just tell you my position. My position is that anyone who's in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe, should be given a pathway to citizenship. That's the best way to identify anyone who's in the country. And I do think that the legal process should go significantly quicker to incentivize people to go through said legal process. Right now, it taking too long is what incentivizes people to go through the process undocumented. And then I also do think that ICE is violating people's due process rights in the context of orders through the Trump administration. They're literally not showing who they are in terms of their face, right? They're covering who they are. They're not showing identification. They're not showing warrants, and yet they're taking people and stripping them out of the communities, right?
That was one of the points you made last night. You mentioned, I believe, 4 names, and I was only able to write down one of them because we were going really fast. His name was Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I think you mentioned him. So he was the El Salvadorian guy that was detained. So I did and sent back to El Salvador and Ukraine without due process. I did a little bit of extra research on that, and this is what I was able to find out. He acknowledged to the feds or whatever that he entered the U.S. illegally in 2012. He was already here illegally, but that's just one of the many points I have. Another was
he wasn't supposed to be
detained-
he wasn't supposed to be sent there. So the
To El
Supreme
Salvador?
Court, the Supreme Court indicated that they shouldn't be sending him there. 9-0 court order. Donald Trump went against that order, so that's why I was saying he went against said due process. And then the other examples I was providing you was specifically Mahmoud Khalil, who was detained without due process for over 100 days, and Kilmar Abrego Garcia was literally tortured. Right?
But your point with Garcia was that he wasn't part of the gang MS-13, correct? That he shouldn't have been sent.
That the tattoos that were specifically on them did not indicate that he was a part of MS-13.
That was one of the points I had, but I actually had 2 others as well that points to him being part of MS-13 that they used in the investigation.
Oh, wait,
if it's all right,
what
I'll
indicated
list
that?
those. So my first quote is he was detained in March 2019 along with, he was in a group with 2 other confirmed MS-13 gang members at a Home Depot. That was in March 2019. So he was with those 2 guys, and then there was a guy named Steve Dudley. He was, his quote is on BBC. That's where I got this quote from at their site. He was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat, which is a common show of good standing with MS-13, according to the Steve Dudley guy. But he was also with 2 other confirmed MS-13 gang members hanging outside a Home Depot. I just think that's a little bit interesting that, he's a completely innocent guy.
I actually don't think that demonstrates that they're a part of MS-13 at all.
The Chicago Bulls hat or him hanging around with 2 gang members?
So when you say hanging around, you're just saying that they were at specifically Home Depot with people around them, and then Chicago Bulls hats definitely do not. I grew up in Iowa.
Not always, of course. I wouldn't say any guy wearing Chicago
I grew up in Iowa, and that's actually pretty common, especially in Iowa, even because Iowa, they don't we don't have a specific team in Iowa, so we pick whatever one's close to us. Oftentimes we pick from Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois. Right, any of the states that are around us. So it's actually very common to wear Chicago Bulls.
for sure. And I'm not
stuff.
saying
I had Chicago Bulls stuff as a kid.
For sure, and so did my dad, and he's a Bucks fan, you know. But I'm not saying that is proof that he was. It's just something to think about, along with the fact that he was hanging around with these two guys and arrested alongside them. Plus,
Yeah,
on
but,
top
like,
of that, he's already.
I think you need more evidence than just like he was
That's
around
definitely
people who were in MS-13 and a Chicago Bulls hat. Like I don't think that's anywhere near enough evidence to say that.
I agree with you. I think there needs to be more evidence brought out. I just think it's significant, but not, you know, it's not proof. But definitely significant. And I think that was everything. Hang on. So the other thing you said about the no due process thing with expedited removal, I was curious about your opinion on that, how Trump has implemented that, and how you think like there's no due process when he's using expedited removal. Like what about that makes you think that due process is not being employed?
So what about him not upholding due process? It's because of the particular indications from ICE, how they're operating, how they're not utilizing warrants, and it's actually not following through with the same set of stuff that's set up through the context of expedited removal in all instances. So that's actually just he's actively violating the law.
I mean, the only thing I saw
he's not following through what is the law to deport
the
people.
main thing I saw that got removed when he like put in expedited removal was the court hearings, and that's something I definitely disagree with, and I think we have some common ground there. I think that everybody deserves their day in court, and so that's something I disagree with on
due
Trump's
process,
part.
yes.
But the reason that kind of it brings me back to it, brings me back to Trump's like being in support of him is the credible fear screening. My biggest worry with illegal immigrants is like they should be here if they're running away from something.
Wait,
and if
the
they're
credible fear screening would be for asylum seekers. That's a legal process of immigration.
Yes, and when they're being deported, it's part of the expedited removal process. If they are here and they are proven to be here, like because they're hiding, they're allowed to stay. But that has to be proven. So, like for example, if somebody from Ukraine got detained in America,
do you agree that they're not following through with expedited removal?
I agree with you because I don't like how they don't have court proceedings. I think we have.
That's exactly the point. He said courts take too long, which is the same set of reasoning that someone could use to say that an undocumented immigrant is justified to come to the country because it costs too much and takes too long. Exactly.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. And so that's something like I would be willing to protest and be like, yo, bring court hearings back, and then I can approve like how good the numbers you were having. But what makes me think like it doesn't make it right, but it makes it better is the credible fear screening, so that people that are actually here out of necessity, they can stay here out of necessity. Like the example I brought up before, like a Ukrainian person, if they came all the way here, and then they got detained by ICE and they're going to get sent back, and they're like, dude, there's a war in Ukraine, and they're allowed to stay. I think that's great. I think that's better than nothing. You know what I mean?
Sure. So I guess, do you still support Donald Trump?
75%. I would say about 10% of it is because of the removal of like court hearings for ICE detainees, and then secondly is his opinion on Gaza. Israel is way too ingrained in our government.
I think this might get you to the rest. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
I know this argument, but he also I don't completely believe everything.
What do you dispute?
What was the lady's name again? I'm trying to remember. This was a Charlie Kirk argument that he used. I'm trying to remember. The lady's name. Yeah, E. Jean Carroll. She said, as Trump was first running for president, she came out and said 30 years ago in a department store at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, I was raped in the...
What was the department store?
The name of it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not... I don't know for sure. I'm directly quoting Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and he literally lied and said it was a Tiffany's. No, it was Bergdorf Goodman's.
Is that
that's like actually something I was really like? Why did he just say it was? Why did he say it was Tiffany's? That was objectively false.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, is that relevant to the entire question though? It doesn't matter what kind of store it was; it's whether or not it happened. But
knowing what store it is relevant to like how the set of circumstances occurred, insofar as that like it shows that he didn't have any understanding of what happened in the case. There was a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury. Do you think that's a determination that you would accept? A unanimous decision from a civil court?
It was a unanimous decision that Trump actually committed sexual abuse?
Yes. Every single person on that jury indicated that he did, based upon preponderance.
I'm going to write that down real quick, and then I'll do some independent research. I wrote down a bunch of stuff from last night as well.
I can tell you for certainly that it was a unanimous decision.
Okay. Where can I look to verify that? I'm trying to get
news, NPR, PBS, Reuters, like literally any media site will tell you that information.
Okay. I guess, yeah. I mean, even though like we disagree on some things. I'm still trying to get more educated. So if you bring up a point like that, I definitely will research it.
Yes.
But yeah, I won't take up any more time. I was here yesterday too. So thank you very much for having me, though,
All right.
Parker. Thanks for the
Appreciate
respectful debate. Yeah, have a great rest of your day, man.
You as
Everyone.
well. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, for free, you can hit follow on TikTok and subscribe here on YouTube for free. And make sure to like the stream. Tap that screen here on TikTok. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21,
Yeah, what's your birth year?
October the 3rd, 2003.
Yes.
you have any specific with it?
And do you support Donald Trump?
I don't support him as a human. I support him as a president. Compared to Kamala,
Yeah, Kamala. So if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
personally, I wouldn't vote, but I mean, if I had to, I'd pick Trump because of like the immigration problems.
But if you you wouldn't vote.
Yeah. If I had a choice, I wouldn't do it. In period, like I think that.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
For sure. Why so?
Just because growing up, I always questioned everything. I've felt like I've always been a critical thinker. And once I seen all of news media, all of politicians go after him, I knew that he was going up against them. And I felt like we've been lied to by politicians our whole lives that he was actually standing up for the people. And I feel like he still is. And I feel like we're in a part of a military operation right now that will be seen and heard all over the world.
What military operation?
I don't want to get into specifics, but I think that all these criminal politicians and elites are about
Like
to
Trump?
No, like
Because he's
Kamala,
literally a
Biden.
criminal elite politician.
Kamala.
I'm not trolling.
No, I get what you're saying. He did get shamed by the what is it called? Court hearings and all that. A lot of them he did win. But yeah,
Which
I
one?
know you're gonna probably. I know you're probably going to bring up the whole sexual thing, but they did say that he did not. The R word. I'm not going to say it because I don't want you to
Great.
get flagged. Yeah. They did unanimously say that it was sexual abuse.
Yeah, forceful
But, yeah.
penetration of a woman's vagina against her will. Do you agree with me? That's great.
Yes, but that's not what they said.
That's exactly what the jury said.
Then why did
under
they
the-
say that it wasn't rape? I mean, great.
Yeah, because under the context of civil law in New York at that time, it only said it was rape if it was a male member that penetrated the woman's vagina against her will, right? So if it is fingers that penetrate,
So he
the
wasn't
woman's
male. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, she just didn't know whether or not it was his fingers or his male member. So given that she
Oh.
didn't know specifically whether or not it was his fingers or a male member, there was a distinction based upon how the law operated. Now, you would agree with me that's a horrible reason to say that she wasn't raped.
Yeah.
To say that it was just something else that penetrated her
I
against her
agree
will
with that. I agree with
he
that.
used. That's still
I
rape.
agree with that. I just don't. I don't agree that the case went. With the evidence shown, there was her story even changed like 2 or 3 times in the hearing.
Name one time that it changed, and tell me the change.
The time
Yeah.
was one.
What time?
She changed the time.
She didn't change the time.
Yes, she did.
No, she didn't.
Go back and watch it.
There was no change in time ever. It was within the same set of time period that she was mentioning.
Time period. But what I'm saying is the actual time that she said it was at the time of the grape.
There was no change in the time that she mentioned. You just made that up.
2 hours. No, 2 hours changed.
No,
It went from 2:02 p.m. to 12.
She never mentioned a
Yeah.
particular time during the day, you idiot. What? You
Yes.
made that up.
Yes. No, I did
You
not.
literally just made that up. There was no prescription of her in terms of time. Where did you get that? Where did you read that? What was your source?
Grok.
Grok?
Yeah.
Did you actually unironically just say Grok?
Yeah, I did. I looked that up just on that. But on another note,
That's
you
okay.
wanted to talk about
Dude,
policy.
Grok is not a source. You need to actually give me like a source.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh, moving on from that. You wanted to talk about immigration.
Wait, hold on. Don't move on from that. I never said we should move on from that. When you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you.
I said I didn't say that. You did say that.
You said the source was Grok, and I'm asking you from an actual source. Grok is like no different than a
I
search
said
engine.
I just told you that. Okay, yeah, and I told you just like a lot of y'all use Google.
You're just saying AI told me this, therefore it's true. That's not a source.
Okay.
That's like citing ChatGPT. Okay.
Okay.
Can you tell me what source Grok used?
No, I mean if I go back to it, I could, but I don't want to swipe out of the app.
Okay. Well, I'll give you time to do so. Okay, well, he looks that up, everyone. Julie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. I don't know why they keep calling me kid as an insult. It is really weird. Nova, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Chance with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it again. Thank you. Cameron, I really appreciate the member subscription. Monique, thank you for the $3. Gabriel, thank you so much for the $2. Scott, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Scott. Rhea, thank you so much for the $1. Yes. Let me know. Message me on the same thing. You don't have to send any money. Just make sure to message me, and I'll definitely bring you up. Because I've met you before. Tessa, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Susan, thank you for the $10. Kimberly with the $25. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Heather, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Emily with the $20. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Emily, Kimberly, and Heather in the comment section. Thank you so much. What were you saying? You were. It seems like you came back.
Yeah. So it says something about NPR. Is what
NPR.
it got it from.
Yeah. What's the title of the NPR article?
It didn't show me that. It just said it got it from NPR.org.
Okay. Can you ask what was the title? All right, give him a second to find the source, everyone, because he's asking Grok for the source. Give him a second. I'd love to see where he says this, because there was never a description of time. That was just totally made up. Yeah, you can't even find time on the NPR article. There's not even a specific time. I'm literally looking at the NPR article right now. Literally don't see what this guy's talking about. Give him a second, everyone. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I would really appreciate it. Alex, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Alex in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Alex. W's for Alex in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. W's for Alex in the comment section. Thank you. Unbelievable. Incredibly nice of you. Incredibly nice of you. Ryan, thank you so much for the $5. Absolutely. Thank you. Erica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Tessa with the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second, everyone. It seems like he'll need a minute to find the source. In the meantime, I'll try to bring someone else up. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you so much for the money gun. Thank you, Yali. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Old enough.
For sure. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why is that?
I mean, many reasons, but basically, I don't like the Kamala situation, her word salads.
Have you been on my live before?
No, I haven't, but I'm excited to.
Then why is everyone saying that you've been on my stream and then
I haven't been on yours. Dean's.
You've been on Dean's? You debated Dean?
Yeah, and everyone like flooded my comments with hate comments, and I hope they don't do that right now.
Okay. Good luck, chat. Good luck. It seems like people are not going to be happy about this conversation because they don't like you, seemingly.
Yeah, I want to
people
talk
are saying
about.
You're a troll?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I want to talk about your opinion about the vaccines that came out today, the not taking Tylenol when you're pregnant. If you're interested in that, that's what I want to talk about with you.
Yeah, I've seen multiple doctors indicate that the specific conditions on Tylenol are actually going to end up being more harmful because they're like it will incentivize like pregnant individuals to utilize other types of quote unquote medicines, particularly to do so, which could have more disastrous effects. Plus, it is the case that it could increase the likelihood of them having long-term fevers or more fevers, which would also be more harmful to their health and also the pregnancy. So actually, the use of Tylenol was like one of the mainly considered safe things, at least considered to doctors, that I've seen. And I could play a video if you'd like to listen.
No, I've been pregnant before 2 times, and I understand all that. But I'm just here with you and Dean trying to like learn about the other side because I feel like I've been so conditioned to be conservative. So I'm kind of coming over to you guys just to see, a different viewpoint.
Okay. All right. So do you think that Donald Trump's position is people are saying I'm so confused with what's going on in the chat right now. Did you defend pedophiles on Dean's stream?
No, I was like cornered into a hole because Dean had brought up something that Donald Trump said like 20 years ago at a beauty pageant, one of his Miss America things. Yeah. And I didn't support what he said to these women, but it's a whole different thing where these women are literally going into these pageants based on their beauty and their looks. And then when the man who's in control of it comes in and is like, oh, look at this beautiful woman, blah, 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 then they get offended. That was the whole thing of that.
So Donald Trump bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing. And multiple 18-year-olds came out. So there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in. So that's actually what he was bragging about.
Well, that's what I said. I don't agree with that. And that's where I kind of got a lot of hate from that. Yeah,
if you don't agree with that, people wouldn't give you hate for that if you don't agree with that. So you don't support Donald Trump?
Certain ways, yes. Certain ways, no. That's
overall. Like you don't take that as a reason to say overall you wouldn't support him?
Overall, probably 70% no. 80
Why? Oh, okay. If
That's
it's 70% no,
why I'm
that's
here.
enough of a no where you wouldn't vote for him,
Yeah.
right?
That's why I'm here, just kind of listening to you and Dean right now and just getting a different perspective on things. Because I was like so Charlie Kirk, so the other way. And I just want to hear
So it
a
just sounds
different
like
opinion.
you should listen and engage with the content because it doesn't sound like you would support Donald Trump at this very point, given that we've already run this argument on you. So I do appreciate you coming up then.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, it's very conflicting at this point.
Wait, so you would vote for Donald Trump?
Well, first of all, that's off the table. You can't vote for him again, bottom line.
I meant like if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Probably no one, and that would be the problem.
Okay, well, I am going to go on to the next person. I do apologize. I am just looking for some debates. And if you don't, if in that context you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump, I typically do go on to the next person. I recommend watching the stream so you can learn and you can engage with these dialogues. Because I think that Trump is a horrible person. You shouldn't even lean towards him. Person of the Galaxy, thank you so much. I think everyone should be able to identify that. But if you specifically wouldn't vote for Donald Trump at this point, we will go on to the next person. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Darling, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. That's or $2. Thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. I hope she still doesn't have the view. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
For what?
Okay, it seems like they're not here. Kristen, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kristen. Christina, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Erica with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Erica. Again, I really appreciate it. Let's go to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
January 15th.
For sure. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
If I could go back in time, I would go back in time to 2011 and invest in Bitcoin.
That's not the question I asked you. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Bro, you're a clown, bro.
Wow. He just left. Okay. I'm so confused. I'm a clown for asking him if he would go back and support Trump on this live. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
70.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Is there a way you could get rid of the echo? and hear myself?
Maybe it's too loud. I'm sorry.
You might have me on the speakers, maybe?
Try again.
Oh, it sounds better now. Or actually, I hear myself. Am I on your
Okay.
TV or something?
Oh, I have the Bluetooth speaker on. I'm sorry.
You're good. Don't worry.
I want to ask you a question.
For sure. Would you like to turn off your Bluetooth first?
Hold on. Do I have to?
Yeah,
Is it
'cause I
bothering
do
you?
hear myself.
Yeah. Okay. Just a second. Let me figure out.
Got you. Just swipe down on the screen and then click the Bluetooth symbol.
Hold on a minute. Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me better? I'm going to move on the other side of the room.
Oh, that should work. Oh, I still
Okay,
hear
I'm
myself.
on. I know, but it's okay. It's good to hear you.
Do
you're
you
good
have
talker.
a TV remote? Maybe you could turn it down?
Yeah. Do you hear it now?
Actually, it's quieter. You can keep turning it down. Just
Yeah.
gotta mute it.
I won't be able to hear you if you say too much. I'm old.
Oh, okay. Do you have me? You have me playing through your TV? Okay. You should definitely turn off your Bluetooth so that you can hear me.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay.
I got you. Give him a second, everyone. In the meantime, do make sure to tap that screen if you're here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It'll help get it out to more people. All right, just give him a second, everyone.
Okay, I'm here now.
Yep, I hear you perfectly.
Oh, yeah.
All
Very
right, so
perfect.
Why do you
Okay,
support Donald Trump?
Okay, I voted for Donald Trump, yes.
Yeah, so why do you still support him?
I support him because he's like my father. You know, he's like really a smart man.
Okay, what makes you think that Donald Trump is a quote-unquote smart man?
Because he's been in my life for like 40 years. I watched him on Oprah Winfrey and all these people that loved him. Everybody loved him. He was like a saint. He did so many things for so many people in New York. He helped disabled children. He did so many things that you wouldn't even know because you weren't born yet. But I'm 70 years old, so I know. And that's something that you don't know. The question I have for you, though, and it's a good question. You know how you feel about Charlie Kirk, the guy that died and got shot. I know you spent with him, and I know you respected him because he was a good debater.
Sure. Actually, could I address your point first before we talk about this? So you said that everybody loved him. Actually, I would say like a lot of people didn't love him. One, he cheated on every single one of his wives. Two, he didn't rent to black people in the 1970s. He also called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya, when it is the case that actually there was no birth certificate indicating that, and there was a birth certificate actually of indicating that he was born in the United States. So the idea that he was born in Kenya specifically to undermine him being president of the United States was literally just like a racist lie that Donald Trump was perpetuating to a greater extent. He also said that Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that she wasn't black prior, which is definitely a racist lie.
Okay, so I want to address one thing. You weren't born yet, but 1970, nobody rented to the blacks because
Black people.
The black people, because the blacks didn't.
Black people.
The black people did not take care of the stuff the way the white people did.
Oh my God. What the fuck, dude?
Listen.
No, get off my stream, dude. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? No, it was because of racism. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
8, dude.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2002, April 28th.
2002? And you're
Charlie
18?
Kirk on top.
Bro, nice math. Typical Charlie Kirk supporter right there. Nice math, bro. What are you talking about? That's crazy. Let's go. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
Can you hear me?
How old are you?
22.
What's your birth year?
2003.
And you're 22? What month?
May 25th.
May 25th. Okay. And you said you 2003. Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Let me just get one thing clear first.
Wait, hold up. You do support Donald Trump, correct?
Everything that your brain power has the possibility of thinking, everything that you can possibly conceive, I've already thought. Okay? You don't quite understand anything compared to what my realm of knowledge understands.
Okay.
So when you sit up here and talk about this and that, I've already thought about these things that you've thought of, and I've already came to the truth.
Okay. All right. So can you give me an example of that?
Donald Trump is the only person who can save this world, save America specifically.
Okay. Can you tell me two Trump economic policies that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
Huh?
Can you name 2 Trump economic policies that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
Yeah, well, his tariffs are currently going to be bringing back American jobs. His border policy, his everything policy is the American policy. And you don't quite understand what that would mean because you're not really a true pro-American.
Okay, so can you be specific, like what specific border policy, what tariffs?
Oh, yeah, basically making it so you can't just walk across the border, like basically have a nuclear missile attached to your back and just come across our border.
Okay, you're totally trolling. Get off my stream. A nuclear missile? Bro, come on. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Jazz, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jazz. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Get some W's for Jazz in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat, as well as Silent. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's crazy. Actually crazy. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Lauren, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much to help with my brain capacity. Thank you. Marianne, thank you so much for the $10. Jordan with the $20. Thank you so much, Jordan. That's incredibly kind for you. Kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jordan. Justin as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, I need to say something to everyone right now. That
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Well, I'm a patriot right now, and as an American, I need to say to everyone, to every patriot, he death to the United States Empire, motherfucker.
Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm 29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
1996. May.
Okay, for sure. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump without hesitation.
Okay, why so?
I don't trust Kamala, and I do trust Donald Trump to have our best interests in mind.
Okay. Why do you not trust Kamala Harris, but you do trust Donald Trump, given that he had 30,000 confirmed lies under his first administration?
I just have a really good judgment of character. I've been told that my entire life, and my gut tells me Trump is better than Kamala.
Where's the galaxy? Okay. And what about your gut? Like, what about his character? Is it just like a feeling, a trust me, bro?
I mean, no, he's a businessman first. I watched him on The Apprentice, thought that was not only entertaining, but fun to see him kind of start a show and do something with it. He grew businesses. He can do that to a country. I don't think Kamala can do that with anything. I think she's not very liked by the masses. I mean, obviously she lost the election. She tried to cheat, so.
She didn't try to cheat. Otherwise, she would have won, like apparently they quote unquote did in 2020, right? Secondly, if you want to reference the growing of businesses and being a business person, Donald Trump has 6 bankruptcies. He bankrupted a fucking casino. He inherited $400 million from his dad. And if you want to reference his economic policy, it's dog shit. Okay, so what particular economic policy of Trump's do you like?
Well, first off, a bankruptcy can be a strategic move when you're avoiding debt, right? Like you can go back.
Can you name one good business person with 6 bankruptcies outside of Trump?
How many businesses has he ran?
Can you just name one good business person with 6 bankruptcies outside of Trump?
I don't know how many businesses he's ran, but I bet those numbers on a correlation aren't that big of a percentage.
What?
Like six.
Can you name a single good business person with 6 bankruptcies?
No.
I've been asking this question for years and I still have an answer. I don't have an answer. I've been trying to look for one.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know a
businessmen
single
that have
good
as many
business person with
businesses
6
as Donald Trump.
bankruptcies.
I don't know any businessman with as many businesses as Donald Trump.
Bill Gates, Elon Musk.
Has Bill Gates had 6 bankruptcies?
Nope.
That's impressive. Good thing he's not running for president. Maybe I would vote for him. Why are we comparing Bill Gates?
Well, you were saying business people. I was just saying it's not common to have 600. I mean, it's 6 bankruptcies, including a bankrupting of a casino. So I mean, there's a few things again, and then also, what economic policy of Trump's do you like that is a byproduct of him being a quote unquote good businessman?
I think that Trump has the ability to go into a room with foreign leaders and actually stand for what he believes in. Now, everything he believes in, I don't agree with. I'm not a 100% Trump guy, but your question at the beginning was if I could go back in time, would I vote for Trump or Kamala? I would vote for Trump. 100%.
Hold on. So I asked you for an economic policy of Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you like, and you said the ability to go in a room and stand on what he believes in. Was he able to stand on releasing the Epstein files?
No, I mean, I agree with you on that. He needs to release the Epstein files. I mean, we don't have to disagree on everything, right? I'm not.
So it doesn't seem like he has the ability to go in a room and always stand on what he believes in. So can you tell me an economic policy of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that was a byproduct of him being a good businessman?
No, that's a good point that you bring up. I said, a room full of foreign leaders, they don't care about the Epstein files the same way I think a lot of people don't care about it. We want a president that can run our country. What he does on the side, yeah, he might be a bad person, sure. But at the end of the day, what a lot of people care about is how it affects you as an individual.
Can I ask you a question?
Right?
Why did he get rid of the funding for Ukraine and then bring it back? That doesn't sound like he's going into a room and standing on what he believes in.
Well, Zelensky was robbing us dry, right?
Then why is he sending money back to Ukraine again? Does he want to get robbed by Zelensky?
Well, they need help, don't they? Wouldn't you agree with that?
So now they need help. Is it that we're getting robbed or that they need help?
They need help, but they need direction with the help. They need to be told how to use the money that's
exactly, we were doing, that was already happening prior. That was already happening prior.
No,
you know that, right?
No, that was not happening prior. Zelensky would come over and beg for money every time.
They specifically had to buy it from American defense manufacturers. You're just lying. There were conditions placed on the funding that we gave to them. What are you talking about, dude? Trump cut the funding, which gave Putin more power over the region because he had the idea in his head that maybe he could get a deal done with Putin if it is the case that he got rid of the funding for Ukraine. But he got conned. Putin conned him. He's an idiot. He got dunked on.
Okay, so here, let me ask you a question. I'm trying to defend Trump, and obviously I don't stand for everything Trump stands for. Why would Kamala be a better leader than Trump?
Because it is the case that Donald Trump has extremely low public confidence amongst nations around the entire world comparative to the Democrats. Kamala Harris has a significantly higher public confidence rating around the entire world. She wouldn't have imposed tariffs. She would have bettered our relations with our allies. She would have She would have kept the funding for the World Health Organization. She would have specifically kept us in the Paris Climate Accords. She would have kept the funding for Ukraine. Right, all of that would be better. She wasn't held civilly liable of sexual abuse. She didn't incite a violent insurrection at the Capitol. She didn't call for the termination of the Constitution.
Okay, so why would she be a better leader? Those were good. Those would be great things to do. Minus, like you said, she would be. You said a personal. What was the confidence stat you had? I've never heard of the public confidence.
The level of public
metric.
confidence, I can send it to you from Statista. But public confidence rates amongst other nations is extremely low for Donald Trump, especially since he's implemented tariffs.
Oh, well, yeah, we're definitely from different areas. I don't know anybody that had any public confidence in Kamala, to be honest.
I'm talking about specifically, these are literally stats from Statista of approval ratings comparing Democrats to Trump. And Trump has significantly worse public confidence ratings.
Comparing Democrats to Trump, I would expect them to not approve of him. I mean, he's a Republican, right?
No, it's not Democrats. It's literally countries around the entire world.
Oh, democracy.
In their confidence about them doing the right thing regarding world affairs.
I would want Kamala as a leader in the United States if I was a leader of another country because I could walk all over her, right?
Well, okay, Germany is one of our allies. It wouldn't make sense that they would want to quote unquote walk over us. And for example,
Every country wants to walk all over us. Everyone wants to take the power that we have. Is that not true?
Germany's not going to take our power. What are you talking about? Germany doesn't.
I didn't call out Germany. I didn't call out Germany.
They're a
I'm just
part of
saying.
NATO. They're one of our allies. They don't want to take our power if they're one
I
of our
didn't call them
allies.
out. I'm not talking about Germany. I'm just saying, from a strategic viewpoint, like
You said
other
every
countries
country.
want the power.
Every
that we
country
have.
includes Germany, correct?
Any country that doesn't have power, I'm sure would like more power, right? We have a lot of power. They want it from us. That's easier to get when there's not somebody in office that has a backbone.
Yeah. How do you feel about the public confidence being no confidence for Trump amongst a bunch of different nations? 24 country median is 62% no confidence and only 34% confidence for Trump. How do you feel about that?
34% confidence from, you're saying, other countries?
Amongst 24 different countries on a median basis.
Okay. What was Kamala's?
Well, I was saying the no confidence for Trump was Kamala's isn't on this particular site. If we want to look at different countries, for example, we can reference Germany. There was a 76% approval rating for Democrats, right? 15% for Trump, right? If we want to look at Poland, 70%.
I would still have to see what
Democrats,
Kamala's
28% Trump.
I would want to see them compared since we're comparing Trump and Kamala.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't have any stats.
I told you
in front
from
of me.
Statista. That's the comparison.
So Trump has 34 and Kamala has what?
For which country?
You said there was a median from 24 countries, right? Can we just look at that one?
Yes, the median is what? This is not Kamala Harris. This is just Trump. That's the one that has the median from Pew Research.
Okay, how do we know that that's like a good or bad confidence rating?
I can bring up a different one for Pew Research. For Pew Research for Harris, it was 55% confidence for Harris and 30.
If you got to tell me the truth right now. You got to tell me the truth if it's
33%. 33% for no confidence.
Okay,
and then
I'm
Trump
trusting
was,
you. I'm trusting you to tell me the truth.
Well, I mean, I can tell you the titles of them. Look up, most people have confidence in Kamala Harris across 18 surveyed countries. That's from Pew Research. And the title for Trump is low confidence in Trump in most countries surveyed. That's from Pew Research as well. The median, the median is 62% no confidence for Trump, 34% confidence for Trump. And then for Harris, it's 55% confidence and 33% no confidence.
Okay, so this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, if I was a leader of another country, I would have more confidence in Kamala because I want her to be the leader of the United States.
No, this is about people who are within the context of the population, about their confidence in what they would do in terms of what's right regarding world affairs. So you're thinking, oh, this is just them thinking, oh, we're going to have a better ability to be able to take over the country. No, the question is percentage who have blank in U.S. presidential Donald Trump to do the right thing regarding world affairs.
The right thing. Wow, that is very vague. And I bet you and I, although like a lot of respect to you, I bet we have different ideas.
Of course. That's why they asked the question that way, because what's right would be different to each individual, and they would answer it based on what's right to them. Jesus Christ, dude, you're being dense.
Well, no, shouldn't we just be concerned with Americans if we're talking about leaders?
What, dude? Didn't you just talk about how Kamala Harris wouldn't be respected on a global stage, and that Donald Trump specifically was the one that had the ability to go in a room and stand on what he believes in? That was embarrassing that you just said that.
I don't think Kamala has the ability to go in and convince people to do things that she needs.
I just gave you the ability. She literally had a higher confidence rating than Trump. So
that doesn't
other
correlate
countries
to
think
ability.
that she does a better. She does a better job.
Okay, if that was as important as you're making it, why wouldn't she advertise that during her campaign?
Wait, just because she didn't advertise it during her campaign doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's not true.
Okay, but like we don't really know like what that means as far as like her against Trump in office. Like the confidence rating, we don't even know what kind of importance that is.
Wait, so then why are you bringing up that there's confidence in Trump to go in a room and stand on what he believes in? Like, I mean, I think that you're contradicting yourself.
That was my personal opinion. My personal opinion was that Trump has more sway.
So then that's not something relevant, because you just said it was irrelevant when in reference to public confidence in comparison of Harris versus Trump.
Okay, you kind of lost me on that one.
Yeah, they're comparing public confidence amongst Harris versus Trump, and you were arguing that he has the ability to go in a room and stand on what he believes in, meaning that there's greater confidence, particularly right amongst countries around the world, right, in going into these different rooms with foreign leaders, right, in terms of standing on what they believe in and being able to with a basis saying what they have to say, right? That's what you were arguing was inapplicable to Trump, but it's actually not. There's more confidence amongst countries around the world for Kamala Harris than there is specifically Donald Trump.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You have very strong opinions, and you obviously feel strongly for the ones that you do have, but like, what do you stand for as a person? Like, if you could become president tomorrow, what would you want to change in our country?
What type of pivot was that?
I just want to know, what, because we talked about what is right. I want to know what you think is right.
I'm going to have to mention like a million different policy proposals. Okay. That's a pivot from what we were just talking about. Can we address what we were talking about? And then I can talk about all the different things.
Sure. But I just want to know like what your main points would be in your campaign to like win the presidency.
I'm not running for president.
It's a hypothetical.
Cotton, thank you so much to the baby dragon. Thank you so much. And again, you're using this as a manner to deflect. I'll answer the question, but please, can you stay on topic? Yeah. It's kind of annoying that you didn't.
I can try, but I'll be transparent with you. So, I don't know everything about economic policies. Like I don't study it like you
Galaxy, do. Thank you so much. Okay, well, we weren't even talking about economic policies. We were talking about the foreign policy because you brought it up after pivoting away from economic policies.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So, are we just going to, every single time I prove you wrong, are you just going to pivot?
Well, no, that's just not my area of expertise. Like, so I think I represent a lot of Americans, right? Because I don't study politics. I don't get into like what everything is happening. Well, I have a good understanding of what is right and what is wrong.
Not in politics.
Do you want to ask me what I think that is?
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe that Trump had the ability to push the Christian faith more than Kamala.
Okay, how so?
Well, he doesn't want to take "In God We Trust" off our currency.
That's cringe. Kamala Harris never even advocated for that. Can you tell me how Donald Trump was going to uphold the Christian faith to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
I mean, Trump has prayed at his rallies and speeches. Like, he talks about God.
Praying in public is a sin. Isn't praying in public a sin?
Praying in public is not a sin.
Oh, okay. It depends on your denomination. Then
he's a Christian.
Yeah. You understand there are different denominations in Christianity, right?
Yeah, but a non-denominational Christian,
someone that believes in Jesus. Can you tell me what was his prayer?
No, I don't know what his prayer was.
Can you tell me when he prayed?
I have no idea when he prayed.
Okay, then I don't even know what you're talking about.
Trump represents Christianity. I mean, he ran it during his campaign. He talked about getting back to America's core values, which is Christianity, right?
Wait, say it again?
America was founded by Christians.
It was actually founded as a secular nation, but just because it was founded a certain way doesn't mean it should be that way. There are plenty of things about the founding of this country that are horrible and atrocious. So
sure.
Let's talk about this. Can you tell me a Christian ideal that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
I can tell you that I think Charlie Kirk stood for a lot of Christian ideals, and Charlie Kirk supported Trump. So
I'm gonna go crazy. Can you answer my question, please?
Go crazy. Can I tell you a Christian ideology that Trump has?
Christian ideal that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris.
I mean, there's lots of things in the Bible that he's pushing biblically, like
taking 20,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast in the big beautiful bill. Like, that's definitely pro-life and pro-children, right?
I don't support
that's
everything.
Definitely pro-Christianity to take children off their free school lunch and breakfast, right?
No, that's terrible. I don't want kids to go hungry for sure. I think we would all agree on that.
So, like, what specifically? Can you mention an ideal that Donald Trump is upholding in terms of Christianity that's greater than Kamala Harris's?
No, I can't. But I don't know a whole lot about. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know what he's pushed as far as the Christian faith. I wish he would push more, but he hasn't advocated against it. And I'm not saying that Kamala
He said that
has.
he's never
but
asked God. He said that he's never asked God for forgiveness. He can't mention his favorite Bible.
He said
verse.
that
Would
he's
you like
never
to-
asked God for forgiveness?
Yeah, yep. He said that.
When did he say that?
2015.
Okay, well,
When he was running for president.
Okay, well, that's tough to hear because anybody that was a Christian has to repent at some point in their faith to really submit to God.
And that's showing that he clearly, has not repented. But also listen to this.
Okay. You mentioned
That's
the Bible.
true.
You've been talking about how it's your favorite book, and you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favored Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite.
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that
No,
you like.
I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible. The whole Bible is an incredible. I joke, very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time, but I just think the Bible is just something very special.
So special that he can't mention his favorite verse.
Yeah, he obviously was trying to run away from that and didn't have a good verse in mind. Anybody with discernment can tell that he was trying to get out of that for sure. But does that mean he's not a Christian? That's between him and God, not for me to decide.
Yeah, but like he's definitely not upholding Christianity to like a greater extent.
Sure,
right?
Sure. He could be doing more. A lot of us could be doing more, but I don't think
that
he's.
Kamala Harris is doing more than that.
What is she doing for Christians?
Yeah, so she's upholding human compassion, empathy, human decency, taking care of people around you by specifically advocating to reduce childhood poverty by impacting the child tax credit by increasing it to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 cap, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for those that are on Medicare. She was also advocating to expand healthcare access through the context of the ACA, and she was even advocating for universalized healthcare.
That's great. I mean, being a Christian is not just being a good person. That's what sets Christians apart. Like, you have to believe in Jesus. Like, has he ever professed that she believes in Jesus?
Yeah, she's Christian. She goes to church more than Trump does.
That doesn't make you more of a Christian than somebody else.
Well, I'm just giving you an example of something that she does that is like Christian-like. That is like professing that she's Christian. Going to church is like something that you do when you're Christian, right?
Well, religion's a big reason a lot of people vote. If she would have talked more about her faith during her campaign, maybe more people would have voted for her. I don't know why she would have.
But she wasn't grifting and utilizing her religion because she believes in separation church and state. Donald Trump was grifting and utilizing the ideology of Christianity when he didn't actually uphold it to a great extent, right? Given so that he could get votes from it.
Yeah, no, he shouldn't use it for the wrong reasons. I mean, it says in scripture to try to further the kingdom of God. And if you do it for yourself, it's empty words. But if Charlie Kirk ran for president, would you vote for him?
Hell no. What? He's not even alive anymore. 2, right? I don't think that Charlie Kirk is a good person, right? I definitely heavily disagreed with him. I vehemently disagreed with him. That's why I debated him.
Yeah, I saw that. What do you hate about him?
I don't know why we're having this conversation. Can we talk about the topic?
Well, I mean, it's a hot topic right now. I feel like a lot of people are talking about Charlie Kirk.
Don't care. I actually think we should stop talking about it. Want to know why? Because it gets too much media attention. This is the last time I'm going to talk about it on my stream. Why are we talking about it so much?
He's made an impact on a lot of people.
Why don't we talk about all the gun violence that's happening in this country to this extent? Why can't we talk about the children that died on that day? In Colorado, why don't we talk about that? Why can't we keep bringing that up in conversation? Why don't we keep talking about the children that get shot in schools across the nation the entire time? Why are you not bringing that up? Why is it only Charlie?
We can bring it up. We can bring it up. I'm the only one that brought up something outside of Trump and Kamala, and then I get ridiculed for not talking about the kids. Of course I feel bad for the kids.
No, I'm not saying just you specifically. I'm saying people specifically who are on the right. They'll talk about Charlie over and over and over again. The media will constantly talk about Charlie, but they won't specifically mention any of those other circumstances. Right? I'm not someone who does media. So the reason why I talked about it originally was because I was literally there. Right? But I do think that the media attention targeted towards that, right, is unbelievably insane, given that there's no media attention for literally starving children in Gaza. There's no media attention for the starving children around the entire world. What about in the Congo or in Sudan, right? If we want to talk about all of these different types of things, why don't we apply our empathy in any of those contexts? Why is it never brought up in that situation? Why don't we ever talk about the lynchings that happen in this country? Why don't we ever talk about the criminal justice system having disenfranchised negative impacts, particularly on marginalized communities in this country? Why don't we talk about any of those other things? But specifically what people want to talk about over and over and over again is Charlie Kirk. That's why I'm not talking about it.
I hear you. I really do. And I think that we should talk about those other shootings as much as we talk about Charlie Kirk, because it's sad, but you have to understand that the scale that he had an influence on people, that's why it's getting talked about so much. He reached out to a lot of people, and more people recognize that name. More people want to talk about it. I think that's why it's so prevalent. But I'm with you on why don't we talk about other stuff more often? Why don't you do a debate right here talking about empathy for the other shootings? Like, why does it have to be until someone talks about Charlie Kirk that you throw that at them?
Well, I talk about it on the stream. I talk about gun violence on the stream. I think it's important to talk about. I do talk about the fact that we need radical change in terms of how we address guns in this country. I'm constantly on my live talking about the fact that I believe that if there's a particular regulation on guns that saves human lives, then we need to impose it. I think my view might even go pretty far, but like that relies on like the studies of specifically whenever it would reduce the likelihood of people dying. So common sense gun control regulation is necessary. It's necessary. So yeah, I think that's really, really, really important to talk about. And I do talk about it on this. And I do obviously talk about the other things that I brought up as well. Right now, what I'm saying is what everyone in general should be talking about. Right. I'm not just talking about me. Right.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, it's made a big impact over this last week, and everybody's talking about it. It's viral. Like, I think that's why it's so prevalent. And I'm sorry if it offends you to talk about it and you don't want to talk about it. And I get you want to move on, but like, that's what a lot of people are thinking about right now, especially the people that you're advertising to come onto the stream. Trump supporters, I guarantee a large majority of them were Charlie Kirk fans. Like, that's kind of why it gets brought up.
Okay. So people just know about it. And I'm saying people should also know about other things, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it seems like you're missing the point.
The point of, like, are you saying that I have like a selective empathy towards Charlie Kirk and not the others?
I'm saying that like the media and the attention shows it amongst society as a whole, a selective empathy.
Okay.
It's not just you, but it's the categorization of where the media attention was laid, right? Like, why is there so much media attention targeted towards this, but not targeted towards other things? And yes, I get because a lot of people knew who Charlie Kirk's name was, but a lot of people should also be looking into knowing particularly people affected in all of those other circumstances. So that's also what we're talking about.
I agree with you. And I can't answer anything as to why the media does what they do. I've been trying to figure that out for a long time. If I were to give you my personal opinion on why the media does what it does, it's because they're going to advertise what gets the most clicks and the most attention. Like, that's what they...
Running right into my point.
So we agree.
Yeah, so society specifically having a particular selective empathy for Kirk led to more media addressing that particularly because it is the case that they would make more money off of it. So not only is it a media problem in terms of the funding for it, but it's also specifically going to be a problem in terms of how people are viewing it from general society in terms of where it's being applied. Now, I'm done talking about this. I think it's too much at this point.
Okay, that's fair. And we can move on from that. But, like, I think that it goes both ways. Like, I live in an area where there was a shooting and it was handled by gun owners that acted justly, and I didn't see anything in the media at all.
Well, that is less than 1% of cases. That should, I mean, obviously you want to talk about those things in the media. If there's like a situation like that, local media likely would pick that up, especially, you said in Arizona?
No, I'm in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma? Yeah, in Oklahoma, they would pick that up for sure. That's a gun-toting red state, right?
It sure is. Yeah, there's a lot of people with guns, and there's a lot of good gun owners here. I don't know what the stat is, but I haven't really seen any gun violence, anything like that. Anything you see on the news, it doesn't really happen.
Yeah,
here.
and if nuclear weapons were legal, you could say that a bunch of the owners of nuclear weapons are doing fine with them and they're not bad people, right? But then it is the case that if one person specifically does something, right, with a nuclear weapon, it could heavily detrimentally impact a great amount of people. So the point is that you want to put regulations in place insofar as that you could restrict those types of events from happening in the very first place.
I agree 100%. We need less gun violence. We need less people shooting people out of just terroristic rants and crazy impulse. No one should be shooting any other human being. I understand that. I think we agree on that. We need more gun control, but at the same time, we can't take guns away. We just need them in the hands of the right
Kamala
people.
Harris wasn't even advocating to take guns away as a whole. Some guns do need to be taken. I'm totally fine with that. But like the idea that like we prioritize guns over human lives is crazy. I mean, do you consider yourself pro-life?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so you want to restrict like pregnant individuals' access to abortion to save human life, so their bodily autonomy to save human life, but you don't want to restrict gun access to save human life?
Well, no, I think we should restrict gun access. I agree on that.
Okay, so you would be okay with taking away guns if it were to save human life?
Yeah, if you could prove that taking away guns would save human life, then sure. But like, look over in Europe, like people stab each other. Like it's an
lower
internal
rates than us
issue.
here in the United States. If you want to reference the UK particularly, they have lower rates of stabbings than we do here in the United States.
Okay.
If you care about violent crime, why'd you vote for a guy who pardoned violent criminals, who beat police officers on January 6th?
I voted for who I felt like would benefit me the most here, and I haven't really had that be an issue for me.
So like, how has it benefited you?
How has what benefited me?
Trump's policies.
I pay more for the stuff that I have, but that was the same under Biden. Like, I don't really trust a lot of government. Like, I supported Trump over Kamala, but I'm not like a diehard Trump guy.
So inflation. So what did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause inflation?
I mean, they gave a bunch of money to Ukraine, right? When we were in debt. That's not a good way
Trump's
to get
giving
in
the
debt.
money, and no, that was not the reason why inflation went up. You think it was the money we gave to Ukraine? That was such a small portion of our overall budget. What are you talking about?
Yeah, dude, I don't know the economic side of it.
Okay, so inflation happened because of supply chain issues that happen around the world due to COVID. Has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. Now, inflation is going up right now because of Trump's tariff policy. So inflation has gone up from 2.3% to 2.9% since April, since the tariffs have been implemented on Liberation Day, according to him. Secondly, we can point to the fact that we've seen the jobs report be so bad that he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he said that it was politically biased information, which is obviously ridiculous. And then he hired a new person for the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and they indicated even less jobs for the next month, which is around 7 to 10 times less the amount of new jobs that were happening on a monthly basis under the Biden-Harris administration literally a year ago. We've also seen lower real GDP growth. We've seen unemployment increase. Right, the economy's in an objectively worse standpoint right now because of Donald Trump's tariff policy.
Dang. Well, he should probably get in there and fix it.
Me? I'm not old enough.
No, Trump. Trump should fix it. He should have his guys get after it and focus better and fix it.
Trump was the one who literally caused it to be hurt.
Okay. Yeah. Once again, man, I don't know all the economic stuff, but
so you should care about that, though, right? Like, clearly it's worse off economically for you. So how does he benefit you?
I mean, my interest rate on my house has gone down a little bit. I have a mortgage. It's more affordable.
Your mortgage has nothing to do with Trump, but
yeah, it's easier to buy a home. The interest rates on mortgages have gone down. That's a big deal.
So they just went down here recently.
On Trump, yeah, Trump's the president.
And that has nothing to do with Trump. That has to do with the Federal Reserve. It would have gone down to a greater extent if the Democrats were in office because there wouldn't be upward pressure on prices due to tariffs. And the Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, indicated that he was risking large scale inflation by doing that. But he had to do it because of the fact that the jobs report was so bad that we could fall into stagflation. So
I'm sure that Trump
was
had a
not
hand
because
in
of good conditions, by the way.
I'm sure Trump had a hand in bringing the interest rates down because every single person I've seen run for president has always.
You want to know why he had a hand in bringing the interest rates down? You want to know why he had a hand in bringing the interest rates down? Because he caused the jobs reports numbers to be so bad. That's why.
Okay. Yeah, man, that's all I got. Good job.
Okay. Do you still support him?
I mean, yeah, you didn't really give me a reason to support Kamala. You just kind of attacked Trump.
I can. So if you want to reference policies, $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. When implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, it reduced childhood poverty by 45% because it was COVID emergency policy and a year long in terms of its effect. We can also reference the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to help stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live. We can reference the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin, right, on for everyone, not just for people that are on Medicaid or Medicare. Do you care about any of those policies?
Yeah, no, those are good points. I'd like to see how they stack up against what Trump was doing from an unbiased source, for sure. Right? I think we could agree on that. But
you wouldn't consider any person an unbiased source. If you want to look at the unbiased sources, as much as you possibly can, look at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Trump versus Harris campaign plans for the first for this next administration. It compares the amount of debt that they'll add based upon the different policies put in place.
Okay, I'll check that out.
And it shows that Trump will, on a central estimate, add $4 trillion more.
All right, good deal.
For sure. Is there anything else you have to say?
Jesus loves you guys.
All right. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Gabrielle, thank you so much for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rudy, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I know, right? It's unbelievable. Emily, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. No, I'd have to see though. I think that's definitely something I'd have to look into. Leslie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Leslie in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Leslie. W's for Leslie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Leslie. W's for Leslie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's so nice of you, Leslie. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hospital organization called Augusta Health in a statement.
Looks like they were just on the watching the TV. Peter with the $100 on Venmo. Peter, oh my God, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Peter. Can we get some W's for Peter in the comment section as well? Thank you so much, Peter. W's for Peter and Leslie in the comment section right now. Raya, thank you for the 10 cents. Yes, let me know next time immigration is brought up and you'd like to come up. Estella, thank you for the $10. Rhonda, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $8. Anthony with the $20. Thank you so much. Christina, thank you for the $2. Felicia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Lauren with the $20. Thank you so much. As well as Ben with the $10. Thank you. Can we get some W's for all the gifters in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seriously, that's so incredibly kind of every single one of y'all. So kind of y'all. Thank you so much. And Jay with the $125 on PayPal. Thank you, Jay. Marie, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Can we have some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why so? All right, what's your birth year, sorry?
2000.
2000, what month?
October.
Okay, yeah, okay, so why do you support Trump?
Well, the Second Amendment, which you guys kind of discussed on the last discussion. The Second Amendment, small government, foreign policy.
Have you been on my stream before?
No.
Okay. Go ahead. You were continuing to say.
Oh yeah, foreign policy, small government, gun rights, and
Foreign policy, gun rights, and then what else?
and the border.
Okay. And border. Okay, so can you tell me a foreign policy, a gun rights policy, or a border policy in specific that you agree with that Trump passed?
Well, I think stepping away from the new Green Deal was a great idea.
Green New Deal was never passed or implemented.
Okay. Well, making sure that that wasn't implemented was a great idea. Also, stepping away from NATO, I think, was also a great idea.
Stepping away from NATO is a horrible idea that gives like Putin way more power in Russia. Why is it or not in Russia, in Europe? Why is it the case that Europe hasn't been invaded by Russia? Because of NATO, literally.
Yeah.
So you pulling out of
Now, but let me
NATO
ask
doesn't
you
sound
this.
very great.
Oh, okay. But let me ask you this. So would you say that the benefits that we get from NATO are far less than what we do unto others?
Okay, so what specifically with NATO would you say is entailed by just there being a treaty organization in terms of a defensive against like Russia, right? In terms of invading Europe, that would specifically be necessitated by the existence of NATO?
Because here's my thing. Why are we Big Brother? Why do we have to dump all of our hard-earned tax dollars into other countries that don't give a shit about us, that think we're all fat and eat cheeseburgers and have are
That's
terrible
not
people?
what, that's
I
not
just
what
don't
all
understand.
Europeans think about Americans. And I'm sorry, if you want to increase the likelihood of Europeans thinking that about Americans in terms of them being like ill-informed and them voting in a fascist, well, then you shouldn't vote in a fascist based upon your ill-informed belief system, right? And then in terms of NATO, like obviously we want to have a relationship with our European allies in terms of defending them because
I
there's
think the
been a
relationship's
history
important.
in Europe where there's been not much existence in terms of sovereignty. So obviously
Yeah.
I think that like there should be like different treaty organizations around the world to increase the likelihood of sovereignty and decrease the likelihood of conflict.
So yeah, I think long term, NATO isn't a bad thing, right? If there's a World War III, absolutely, NATO's great, NATO's wonderful. But what I'm saying is, outside of foreign trade, what do we gain by being Big Brother? By being everybody's Big Brother and dumping money to people like used car salesmen like Zelensky.
Foreign
or-
trade, soft power, and friends, security
Friends are great
around the
but
entire world.
what do our friends do for us? we're the
understand
greatest
that?
country in the world.
In what way?
In what way? We're literally the greatest country in the world.
Based on what
do you
metric?
mean? Okay, based off of for one, our economy. Number two,
What about our economy?
Our economy? What do you mean? What about our economy? Who doesn't want to trade with the United States?
Are you saying it's our GDP?
And why are tariffs a thing?
Wait. To clarify, are you saying it's our GDP?
No, I wouldn't say it's our GDP.
Okay, so then what about our economy is so great?
It's the largest economy in the world, besides China.
So GDP, you're an idiot. You just mentioned GDP. So,
Okay.
so then let's reference this. So do you think that California is the greatest state in the United States?
No, I would actually say it's the worst. And honestly,
Well, it has the biggest GDP.
Great point.
It has the biggest economy.
Great point. Why do people leave?
You
Why
just,
do people leave
you
California?
realize he just contradicted himself.
Parker,
Wait,
why do
so
people
wait,
leave
you just
California
determined.
to
Wait,
move
hold
to
up
Texas
before you go into this. Hold up, let me prove my point.
Okay,
Let me
okay,
make my
okay,
point.
okay.
You just said
All
that
right.
the United States was the best country in the world, greatest country
It
in the
is.
world because it has the biggest economy. Okay, well then it
Yeah,
would
yeah, yeah.
necessitate that the best state
Okay.
in the United States is California, right?
That's fair, but look at their population.
Oh,
compared to us.
California, the best state in the United States.
I mean, it's probably the
Woo!
worst.
Let's go,
It's ran by
California!
Gavin Newsom.
Woo!
It's ran by Gavin Newsom, bro. Come on.
Wait, so I'm confused, but biggest economy in the world?
It
Or
is.
biggest economy in the U.S.
It's a
Sorry, I apologize.
superpower.
It's like
Well-
it's the fourth biggest economy in the world.
Okay, that's a fair argument. I mean, GDP, yeah. If you base it off of GDP, yeah.
Well, that's what you were basing it on. So, what metric indicates that the United States is the best country in the world?
Well, for one, Just our military for one, and then GDP. Yeah, our economy. Yes, everybody wants.
So literally just military.
Okay, military. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then, so to clarify, we would be the greatest country in the world with a democratic administration, correct?
I don't disagree with that. Yeah, I think either way, we're still the greatest country in the world. Absolutely.
Okay, so the only thing that makes us the greatest country in the world is how much funding we put into our military. So would you say that we would be even better country if we spent $1.5 trillion a year on our military?
I mean, I wouldn't say it'd be necessarily better or worse.
Wait. Based upon your view, it necessitates that it's better because you identified that we are going to be the best country based upon the level of funding that we have in our military.
I think economically too, though, based off of GDP, I think we're still the greatest country in the world.
So, if it's GDP, well, then California is the best state in the U.S.
I mean, I'm not saying it isn't the best or the worst. I think there's a lot of potential there, but I also
California is the best state, right?
I would also like to ask you, what is the statistics on people leaving California and moving to the state of Texas or the state of Florida?
You tell me. You want to look it up? I'll talk to someone in the meantime.
On an annual return. On an annual basis, what would you say the actual number is? You do more research than me, but I'm just curious.
I'm not sure. Go for it. You find it and tell me. I am not quite sure.
Well, I mean, I live in Florida, but I can tell you this. The amount of snowbirds that come from up north.
How many people went from Florida to California?
Probably not many.
Yo, what's up? By the way, how old are you? America?
I'm 46.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Sure do. Ultra MAGA.
For sure. Yeah, you said something in the chat. I that's why I added you up. Libs hate America. Why do you think libs hate America? Actually, well, I'll write that down and I'll bring that up right after. What was the guest just saying though?
Which guest? The other
one. Yeah.
Oh,
were you just
wait. No. So I'm saying, what's the statistic on people leaving the state of California to move to Texas or Florida? I can pull up Google. I just, okay, I'm playing COD.
Just do it instead of playing COD, bro.
I'll
talk to this guy in the meantime. America, why do you think that libs hate America?
Well, I think they want to make America weaker, whereas Trump wants to make America more powerful.
What makes you think that?
So we would gladly accept Alberta into the United States. It'd be great to take Greenland. Also, we're starting trade wars with the rest of the world. And liberals just don't believe that America can win a trade war. They don't believe America's great. They don't believe America's powerful. And when you were sort of, interrogating him about, GDP versus military, I think you're just sort of kind of wiggling around the idea that America is the most powerful nation on earth. And I wonder, do you see us as a powerful nation, as far and away the most powerful nation on earth?
In terms of military, yes, but not in terms of like the best country in the world. So when you say the best country in the world, you're making a different assertion, right? Then you're saying the most powerful country in the world. There's two different things there. Secondly,
Sure.
In terms of Alberta and Greenland, neither of them have indicated they wanted to join the U.S. So like you're just saying you want to annex sovereign territory?
No, we'll see. I mean, they need to go willingly, right?
Well, that didn't happen for either. Greenland did not indicate that, definitely did not indicate that. And even Alberta has not indicated that, and they legally could not.
Well, legally, according to Ottawa. But what happens if Alberta decides to, leave Canada and then wants us to protect them?
You mean claim independence?
What do we do then?
So one, you would have to get Alberta claiming independence from the rest of Canada. And two, then you would have to get them advocating to be a part of the U.S.
That's right. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
So Trump is also advocating to take the entirety of Canada, which is literally illegal, and is him advocating for annexing one of our allies, which is insane. I don't think that makes America stronger. I think that makes America weaker to advocate to and threaten our allies.
Do you think we should give Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and California back to Mexico?
No.
Okay, why not?
It's not legal to do so. Right, and two, there would be no reason to do so.
So even though we took it through a war and we annexed those locations, you think it's okay to keep it?
Well,
is it just because it's been so long?
I think there are literal structural limitations to us actually following through with that. And secondly, in terms of this, I don't think that we should secede any aspect of the union. I don't think that would be possible even. But in terms of this, practically the entire country was stolen, or not practically, the entire country was stolen. I guess you could say some parts were bought, like for example, Alaska, but like the entire country was stolen land. So like,
Right,
are
so
you
part of
arguing?
the
Are you
reason I
arguing?
support-
My argument is this: anyone who wants to come to the country should be able to legally immigrate here through a fast and quick legal immigration process. America should be a beacon hope for the entire world, right? We should be able to peacefully coexist in America, right? Everyone should be able to come here, right, and live a better life, given that they again haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Everyone. So are you? Well, so I think one of the greatest things that Trump has done is put into question birthright citizenship. I think that it's sort of insane to me that you can come into our country illegally, have a child, and then suddenly your child is a citizen. So I'm very pleased.
I think that's. I
working its way
think
through the
birthright
courts.
citizenship is great.
You think it's you
Yeah,
think
so
it's
I have a question. Why are you a citizen?
Well, I was born here. My parents were born here. Their
Okay, well,
grandparents
you
were
just
born
added
here.
another thing.
So my parents.
So if someone's
and
parents
their
were not born
parents
here, are
and
they a
their
citizen?
parents- Well, if they're here illegally, they're obviously not a citizen.
Wait, no. So if their parents weren't born here, are they a citizen?
So you're saying if someone's born in America to illegal,
If someone is if someone is born in America, but their parents were not born in America, are they a citizen?
Well, it depends. I mean, right now, if their parents were naturalized, right? Right now, at least, people who are born in America are given citizenship. But the executive order is questioning that, right? And it's making its way to the Supreme
Yeah, but
Supreme Court.
that's a violation of the
eventually.
14th Amendment. I think that's bad. And if you want to
Well,
reference this
according to
again,
you.
you're not answering the question. So right, someone whose parents are not, were not born in the United States, right? But they were born in the United States. Are they a citizen under your view?
Well, the current law says that if you're born in the United States, you're a citizen, right? That's
No,
the
I'm
current
asking
law.
you under your view, dude.
Under my view, well, my view is that the law is what's true, right?
Okay, so you agree anyone born in this country should be given citizenship. So you believe in birthright citizenship.
Should is different than what is true right now, right? So what's true right
And
now?
I've asked you over and over again what you think should be the case, and you keep trying to not answer it.
Well, no, I've told you I don't believe in birthright citizenship already.
Okay, so then if someone specifically does not have parents that were born in the United States, but they were born in the United States, what should happen to them? Should they be considered a
depends.
citizen?
Well, it depends. Were they naturalized? Were the parents naturalized?
Yes.
Okay, well then they should be a citizen. Yeah.
Okay, so so then you think that if you've gone through the process of naturalization, or you're at least one or both of your parents, if one of your parents is a citizen, are you a citizen?
Yeah, I think if one of them is, yeah, sure.
Okay, so okay, we'll keep going then. So then you think that essentially the only context is when both parents are not citizens, right? And it is the case that they come to the country. What if they're tourists? If they're tourists that come to this country, right, and they have a child here, do you think the child should be considered a U.S. citizen?
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, that's a great example.
You don't think that they should be considered a citizen?
No. Yeah, if their parents are just tourists, absolutely not.
I think that's pretty. I think that they should
disagree?
be. I believe that they should be considered a citizen, right? I have
Really?
no issue with that. I have no issue with them having dual citizenship, even, right? I don't really see an issue. They went through the context of our legal tourist policy.
I mean, so if someone decides to come to Disneyland and has a kid, that kid just gets to be a citizen? That seems quite the loophole,
Well,
Shouldn't we have
anyone who
control
comes to the
over who
country,
becomes a citizen in
anyone who
this
comes to the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship.
I think
the
we
issue
should be
with
more
that?
selective about
When
who
you
we
say,
let into our
loophole, what's the issue with it, actually?
country. Well, the issue is that we should be able to determine the makeup of our own country, right? And so we have, like, when you come in the country legally, right, you have
Get
to
rid
pass
of
all kinds
MAGA
of certain...
and keep everyone else.
No. I mean, we want to bring the best and the brightest and the most talented into America. That helps America, right?
So not
So we have
MAGA.
a whole process. Well, they could be MAGA or not MAGA. I mean, but the point is, like, we want to bring in the best and the brightest and the hardest working, and they go through a process by which we, select those that are worthy of becoming an American. The whole, if you're born here,
So
you
how do you
automatically
identify
get
that someone is
circumventions.
how do you identify that someone is the quote unquote best and brightest? Are you going to give them like an IQ test or something?
Well, I mean, there's various criteria, right?
Such as?
Well, so, I mean, like H-1B visas, right? That's a hot topic these days. Not anyone can get an H-1B visa, right? A company has to sponsor you. So you have to be like
No, I'm not
you know,
asking you
talented
about an
enough
H-1B
that-
visa. I'm asking you what you would think it should be.
Oh, me? Well, I told you. So you want me to be more specific than just saying highly talented and hardworking?
Yes, literally.
Oh. Well, I mean, that's an interesting question. I suppose it would be in industries where it requires, a higher education. So that'd be a good requirement, I think. If they already have money, that's probably a good indication that they're hard workers. So having some sort of fee that people have to pay. But, I'm sure experts could put together a list, and I think they already have, right?
So
to
higher
become an
education and
American
having money.
citizen
So
today.
essentially classist policy. That essentially means if you don't have already higher education, or if you aren't someone who already has money, then you shouldn't be let in the country. Do you think violent criminals should be allowed in the country? Like, say someone was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Would you let them legally enter the country?
Do you think, come on, is that a real question, man?
Yeah.
Would anyone in America want violent criminals coming into this country?
Yeah, so I mean, do you think there should be harsher qualifications on becoming a legal immigrant through the context of, or a legal citizen through the context of immigration, or do you think that there should be more qualifications on becoming president?
More qualifications on becoming president. That's interesting. Well, let me think about that for a second. But as far as like bringing people into the country, I actually think that we could use a little bit of a breather from immigration for a good 10, 12 years. American history, we've done that before, right? We bring in a lot of people, and then we, take time to let them integrate and to,
By the way, he's like
prevent,
literally
the
not answering my
country-
question right now, and he just brought up something else. Why'd you do that? Why'd you
I thought I
just
was
randomly
answering your
bring
question.
something else up? So you want no immigration for the next 12 years? Is that what you're arguing?
Yeah, well, because you were talking about, what should the qualifications be, and I'm saying at least for the next 12 years, we should probably
So
just shut
after
the
12
thing down
years,
for a little
after
bit.
12 years, okay, do you think people held civilly liable of sexual abuse should be allowed to legally enter the country?
Well, of course not.
Do you think there should be harsher qualifications on
Oh wait, I see
citizenship
what you're doing.
through the context of immigration or becoming president?
You snuck in that whole civil, grape thing, but that was cute. So if they've broken an American law, clearly not. I'm not sure how we would keep track of whether they've broken some foreign law, but we certainly shouldn't be allowing violent people into the country, right?
Yeah. So, okay. So then again, harsher or stricter standards on becoming a citizen through immigration or becoming president?
I think our Constitution's probably just fine the way it is.
I'm going to actually go crazy. Do I have to ask the question again?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
guess you're gonna have
serious?
to. So you asked, do we need more qualifications for president than we already currently have, according to the Constitution?
I'm asking you, which do you think should have more qualifications? Legal immigration or, right, becoming president?
Oh, okay. Which should have more?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, immigration. We can't change the Constitution unless we pass an amendment. So, obviously,
Hey,
immigration.
let me
do
clarify,
have
dude,
a
because
higher standard.
apparently you don't understand what I'm saying. When I say qualifications, I mean what you would want from a president, not what's legally allowed, what you would want from a president, what you would vote for.
Yeah, well, I think that the Constitution's just fine. Yeah. So it doesn't. So we don't require a degree to become president, right? But I have said that it would be a good idea to require some sort of higher educational standard for immigrants. So yes, I would have a higher standard to become an American than to run for president. I don't see what's controversial about that.
Do you think everyone who legally can be president is qualified to be president?
Well, that's up to the voters, isn't it? I think it's a pretty good system.
Who the fuck am I? I'm asking you, dude. I'm asking. Why do I keep having to say this? I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Do you think? Well, it's up to the voters. If you say that shit one more time, I'm kicking your ass from the stream. Dude. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing this?
Well, I'm trying to answer your questions, man.
You're being willfully dense. This is so disingenuous. If I have to continue to repeat the question over and over again and ask you what your fucking position is, and you're like, oh, you know what? Other people might have positions depending on what their positions are. I'm going to fucking scream, dude. Please answer the damn questions. I don't have to keep
From now
asking
on,
you
I'll
to
just
answer
tell
the
you my
question
opinion.
after. This is insane.
What if my opinion happens to align with our current political process? You seem when I tell you
Then
that what
say
I
that.
believe-
Then
Well, that's
fucking
what
say
I've been
that,
saying.
dude. I'm done talking to you, dude.
Why don't
Answer
you
the damn
accept-
questions or get the fuck off the stream. Stop wasting my damn time. It's such a waste of my time, dude. I talk to other people. They can actually engage. You're a fucking
really triggered
annoying
right
piece
now,
of shit,
man.
dude. Fuck you.
You're super triggered, aren't you?
I am, because you won't engage.
I'm sorry that you don't like the fact that I like the American system.
Okay,
when I
then-
tell you
then
I
tell me.
believe in
I'm
America
wait,
and what America wants.
Do you understand the questions I'm asking
you? Really want me to disagree with America? Is what you're asking me
No,
to
you
do.
could just tell me that you disagreed. I'm asking you if you do
I
disagree or
don't.
do you agree? I'm asking you what your position was, and you wouldn't tell me.
I keep telling you, but you don't believe me. I believe the way that we do things as America is the right way of doing things. It's worked really well for us for
Then
over
let me
200
clarify the
years.
question one more time. Do you think everyone who's legally allowed to be president is someone that you would vote for?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, there we go. So when I say qualified to be president, I mean like someone you would vote for. Someone that you think meets the standards of who you think should be president from your own position. Does it make sense?
Oh, now I see what you're saying. So
Now
you
it
were
makes
talking
so
about
much sense. Oh, I got you.
constitutional
Now it makes so much
qualifications.
sense. Okay, so let's address it
Gotcha.
from that standpoint. So according to that standard of qualification, do you think that there should be more qualifications for becoming a legal citizen through the context of immigration or becoming president of the United States?
So in terms of voting, yeah, obviously my personal standard is higher for who I would vote for than, I would want them to be a great leader. Whereas, I don't think you necessarily need to be a great leader to become an American citizen.
Nice. Thank you so
It was
much.
The word that dude, when you use the word qualification, typically that means, the constitutional qualifications. So yeah, I wasn't trying to troll
Well,
you. or anything.
I clarified that already, and you still didn't acknowledge it. So let me go through this. Let's talk about this then. So if there's a qualification, right, applied to becoming a legal citizen, well, then that qualification should also be applied to becoming president of the United States, right, or more. Given it is the case that you need more qualifications for what you would like from someone in that particular position, for the position of presidency, than just becoming a legal citizen through the context of immigration. Do you agree?
No, it's two different positions. So one position is simply being a normal American citizen in the context of not having been a citizen before, and the other is president of the United States, which carries a whole slew of sort of skill sets that you need to be a successful president. Whereas being a good American is a not totally different skill set, but it's different.
Let me clarify, right? You think violent sex offenders should not be allowed to be legal citizens. You agreed with that. Do you think violent sex
Yes,
offenders
that's
should be
right.
allowed to be president?
I wouldn't vote for him.
You wouldn't vote for a violent sex offender? Well, you did.
No, I sure wouldn't.
You did.
But you're assuming that the what's the case you keep referring to? It's the civil case, right? You just keep assuming that there's never miscarriage of justice in America. Would you say that every single trial result has always been correct in America?
No, I wouldn't say every single trial in America has been correct, but most of them are correct, and we have best reason to believe that they're correct until we have reason within the context of the judicial system to indicate otherwise, or through the context of the court system to indicate otherwise. That's actually the
I
great
think the
part
black
of the court
community
system.
would
is that courts-
disagree with you. I
Yeah,
think if
so-
you talk to the black community, they would
Well,
tell
I'm
you that.
sorry.
actually
Is
the court
is
system's
Donald
pretty
Trump a
messed up.
part of a marginalized community?
Well, he's part of a well, it's interesting parallel because.
So no. So this fucking bullshit point you just tried to make about it specifically being related to marginalized communities, absolutely relevant to the broader context of society, but not relevant to the point specifically about Donald Trump. Want to know why? Because Donald Trump's not a part of a marginalized community. He's a rich white man who's cis and straight from America. This idea that you just brought up in terms of marginalization having any type of impact on the judicial outcome of the case against Donald Trump is fucking crazy. It's insane.
So it's clear that there was a politically motivated rationale for many of these cases against Trump. Hold on a second.
No. So he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, right? So he's a violent sex offender. You said that you wouldn't vote for a violent sex offender, but you did vote for Donald Trump, which is contradictory because Donald Trump is a violent sex offender.
Not contradictory because most of MAGA doesn't believe that the justice was accomplished in that trial, right?
Okay, but do you agree with me that it is the case based upon the law that he is a violent sex offender?
Well, I mean, in the civil case, I mean, that's what the result was, right? But we don't think that.
So
that
you
was,
agree with me? He is a violent sex offender, right?
Well, you're trying to trip me up on, like my own consistent logic, but you're not going to be able to do that, man. I don't believe that the ruling was accurate, right?
Okay. What about the?
So
how about this? Can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Well, I trust Trump, man.
No, name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
Yeah, I think she's a liar.
Oh, can you name one lie she engaged in?
Yeah, all of it.
So you can't name a specific lie?
Boy, it sounds so vulgar, but the penetration, right?
So there's no lie you can specifically mention. I can mention specifically lies that Trump is engaged in. You said that you trust Trump. Well, Donald Trump said that they never met, but there was a picture of them shown together, right? He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way. So you say that Donald Trump is the person that you want to trust, but it is the case that he was proven to be a liar. E. Jean Carroll was not proven to be a liar. You just assume it to be the case because you defend a fucking predator.
Now, how many people are on a jury? Like 12 or something?
9 people on the jury.
9? So you're telling me that I have to believe 9 random people, right?
Yes.
That are saying that Trump is a SA, right?
Yes.
And I just don't believe them.
Wait, in a jury. It's in a jury case. Do you not accept typical juries?
I mean, man, there's a lot of miscarriage of justice in America. And I think a lot of people...
Wait, I have a question. Do you accept a typical jury? How about this? What is the likelihood of a accusation of sexual assault being wrong from a court perspective?
What, you mean statistically? How would we even know that?
I actually do.
How would we even know that? I guess exonerations?
There's a group of systematic reviews specifically that look over that. 2 to 10% of cases, right, specifically, right, just based upon accusations, right, are false. So 90 to 98% likelihood of it being accurate just based upon accusation. And being held civilly liable of sexual abuse increases the likelihood even more. We're talking specifically about sexual abuse cases.
Yeah. Hey, the fact is that a lot of people hate Trump. He's a rich guy, and they're trying to get money out of him. How much money did she get out of it?
Okay, wait, so she was already a millionaire. She was already a millionaire, but do you see how you pivoted from like, she's a liar to now it's, she just wanted to get money out of him. So you actually have no basis for that specifically because she was already a millionaire. And secondly, she came out with the particular event that happened to her without actually applying any type of defamation charges until Donald Trump defamed her. So if Donald Trump never defamed her, the charges for her making money would have never happened.
You're saying millionaires never want more millions? Have you ever met rich people?
Well, there was no incentive specifically for E. Jean Carroll, right? Because it is the case that E. Jean Carroll not only was already rich, but it is the case that specifically never indicated any reason that she would specifically do so just for
rich
money.
People never want to get richer is what you're trying to tell me.
No, what I'm saying is that there was no reason specifically for her to do it to get rich because she was already rich. Does that make sense?
I don't know, man. What was the judgment? How much did she get again?
This is because Trump defamed her. So
yeah. How much? What was the judgment? What was the
$5 million for sexual abuse, and it was $83 million for defamation.
Whew, that's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money.
So by the way, he points when he points specifically to there being money that is got from a case, he disputes that it happened in the very first place. Okay, so then I'll ask you this question. For the thousands of different victims that held their abusers accountable in the context of New York, specifically those who held their abusers accountable who were when they were children when this happened to them, and it was the adults particularly in the context of, say, for example, the Catholic schools. Do you think that because they got money out of the case that it didn't happen to them, that they were just quote unquote trying to make money from it?
Look, I don't know the details of that other case, man. But you
didn't know the details about this case. You couldn't mention a single piece of evidence you disputed.
Well, I told you the whole claim that there was the sexual assault in the first place, right?
That's
the penetration.
That's not a piece of evidence in the case that you dispute. You fucking idiot.
That's not a piece of evidence. It's okay. So it's a claim. Yeah.
So that's not a piece of evidence listed in the case that you disputed. There was evidence submitted to the court, and you didn't dispute any of the evidence submitted to the court.
There was no evidence of the actual sexual assault. That's interesting.
No, there was evidence submitted to the court. You just didn't mention any of it. You fucking idiot. Why
No,
are
but
you
you're-
so?
but you're saying
Wait.
that
Why
the
are you so
primary claim-
Why are you so disingenuous? This is why I'm rude to you, because you're a disingenuous piece of shit that specifically has to change the set of facts that I just literally showed you to be true in order to be able to try to make a point against a great victim. You just tried to demean the fact that she got assaulted by literally lying about what I just told you was true. Did you hear anything?
You know,
of what
this
I
is
just
why
said?
liberals. This is why you keep losing, because
No,
you
it's
demean.
not, because we acknowledge facts and reality, and because we literally believe victims. I'm sorry, is it wrong for us to believe victims?
It's because you demean us, you insult us, you call us fascist, you call us all these kind of names.
Trump called Kamala Harris a fascist. And the reason why I've called you names is because you're a bigoted piece of shit, and you specifically are a grape apologist. That's what you're doing right now. I don't do that with every person that comes up on my stream. I debate countless people every single day that I do not insult. I'm insulting you because you are a piece of shit. You deserve to be insulted. Fuck you. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Engage with what I have
You're
to
so
say.
triggered right now, man.
You purposefully don't engage with what I have to say because you're trying not to address the points that you know to be valid as a critique to your perspective. And then you also sit here and say that she's a fucking liar when you don't know a single piece of evidence that was submitted to the case that you dispute. You said that I believe that there was no evidence when I told you that there was evidence submitted to the case. Did you even listen to what I said? No, you didn't. You just decided to sit there and fucking bullshit and come up with a lie because you want to defend a predator like Donald Trump instead of acknowledging that he's a fucking predator himself and has done things that are bad to fucking victims. You can't acknowledge that because you're a cult member piece of shit. That's what it is. But half of the 99% of the
This
people
is
that
always
comment-
what liberals do when
no,
they
it's
get
bullshit.
caught
Don't
in
even
an
don't even
argument.
do this. Don't even do
They
this.
just
This is just what
explode.
liberals do. You're not engaging with a single thing that I just said. Intellectually respond to anything I just said.
They call us bigots. They start yelling. They lose their minds, and this is why you're going to.
Is he going to intellectually respond to anything I just said? You have the
What?
capacity
Your
to.
whole rant? Your whole rant, man?
Do you have? Yeah, you
Do
couldn't
am I
remember
gonna
any of it.
intellectually
You couldn't
respond
remember
to
any of it.
calling
You
a
couldn't
bigot?
engage with any of it intellectually. Was it too quick for you?
So tell me, why am I a bigot again? What was your intellectual rationale for that?
Yeah, because you're being a grape apologist. Do you know
And
what that
and
is?
so I'm a bigot against who? What group am I a bigot against?
Grape victims, a marginalized community of the society.
Interesting. You've made a whole new type of bigot.
What? No, I didn't. Rape apologists are bigots. What are you talking about?
Bigots are usually in reference to race or sex, right?
No, it's in reference to a marginalized community. And grape
I see.
victims are a marginalized community in our society. I'm sorry you're too much of an idiot that you don't even know the definition of the words you're fucking speaking, but I can clearly reference the words that you're speaking and show you how you just used it incorrectly.
So what is the primary evidence that there was penetration sexual assault? Because you claim
Wait,
that.
I'm sorry. Can you name a single piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Well, can you? What's the single most important piece of evidence that proves?
So we're not going to judge
that
judge
Trump did
on
this?
one aspect of the evidence, but I can tell you the different piece of evidence. But I'm just going to demonstrate first that one, you don't know a single piece of evidence in the case that you dispute. So how the fuck do you know that it's wrong or that she's lying? You don't.
Because I know character.
I showed you aspects of the deposition that proved Trump was lying. How about we reference that? Those were things that prove he was lying. Why was he lying? Why didn't he give up his DNA after multiple years allotted for him to give up his DNA? It would have proved he wasn't at the scene of the crime.
So it's all negative stuff. It's all Trump, lied about
Okay,
it.
so
and
you
Trump
you wouldn't
didn't do-
believe the
So it's things-
psychologist
so it's
that
things
verified the
Trump
trauma that she
didn't
engaged
do.
in.
That's your evidence.
You wouldn't take the other victims that came out. You wouldn't even look at the other 26 victims that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. You don't take
So it's
into
all
account any
hearsay.
of those. I'm sorry, 26
It's all
different
hearsay.
women accused Donald Trump, and all of them are lying to you.
There's
Every
a lot of
single
women
one
who
is
want
lying.
money. It's a honeypot.
Wait, so how come any of them didn't get money? Wait, how come any of them didn't get money?
I'm surprised there's not more people now.
Wait, tell me, how come all of the other ones didn't get money?
Well, obviously, they didn't have as good lawyers.
Okay, so it was to make they engaged in the accusation to
So is
make
there any
money,
physical
but then
evidence?
half of
Any
them didn't even
physical
go through the.
evidence? Is there a
wait,
single
wait.
shred of
By the
physical-
way, so you're saying they did this to make money, but most of them didn't even go in to make money. So you're just lying. You just made that up. So again, 26 people, different people, indicated that Donald Trump engaged in sexual misconduct towards them. Okay, and you think they're all lying?
Is there any single piece of physical evidence? The answer is no.
What? Wait, what is physical evidence?
Physical evidence of a sexual assault. Is there any single piece of physical evidence, or is it all claims?
No,
Is it
I'm
all
asking
hearsay?
what is physical evidence to you?
DNA evidence, medical report.
So
Did she go
DNA
to
on a
doctor
dress?
afterwards, type thing.
Okay, so there was DNA on a dress where Donald Trump chose to never give up his DNA, and the only reason we couldn't mandate to get his DNA is because it was in a civil case, not a criminal case, because of statute of limitations, meaning that it's been too many years since the event happened, that regardless of the level of evidence that is provided, it wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't be able to try them in a criminal case.
That's a pretty poor excuse for having zero physical evidence.
Wait, I'm sorry.
So it's
did
all
you
just,
hear
it's all
anything I
just
just said?
what she said. Yeah,
Wait,
you
I'm
said
so-
there was
wait, I'm sorry.
human DNA on the dress.
Yeah, there was DNA
Well,
on the dress.
amazing
Donald
that
Trump had
there's
multiple
DNA
years
on
to
the
give up his
dress.
DNA, and Trump chose not to give up his DNA.
He has no obligation to help someone smear himself.
Wait, I'm sorry. If
Right.
your daughter got sexually assaulted and she didn't have any physical evidence, would you not believe her?
Well, if she came to me the day of, then
No,
we
if
would
she
be
came
on
to you
top of
decades
that.
later, if she came
How
to you
many
decades,
years passed?
wait,
How many
if your
years
daughter came to you decades later and told you that this happened to her, would you believe her?
Decades later?
Yeah.
Decades later.
Yes.
And she's like, and she tells me, hey, Dad, I want to bring a lawsuit against a billionaire who's now in politics.
You wouldn't believe
And
your
I
daughter?
I would be like, come on.
You're a sick fuck for not believing your daughter. That's your daughter talking about the fact that she was sexually assaulted, and your first response is to say, "Come on, I can't accept that because it's Donald Trump, my cult leader." Are you fucking
later,
serious,
man.
dude? Are you fucking serious?
Decades later.
Yeah.
Are you
So
serious?
wait. You understand
Decades
that?
later.
You understand that for many victims, it takes decades because shitbags like you specifically deny them, right? In terms of believing them, and don't actually create a society where they feel like they can come out with the fact that this happened to them. Because people in power, such as people like Donald Trump, continue to get away with things like this because it is the case that our society perpetuates conditions where we do not believe victims, credible victims, like E. Jean Carroll, that determined that Donald Trump was sexually abused her in the context of a civil court. So you say no fucking evidence? There was evidence that you didn't even look at in the case. Can you tell me where she was assaulted? What store?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
You don't know. Can you tell me anything about the case? Seriously, anything.
Yeah, that there's zero physical evidence.
So again, when you say physical evidence, you said DNA on a dress. There was. I told you that already. So if you wanted to address that, you were wrong again. So you know nothing about the case, yet you say that she's fucking lying. You're a grape
Why
apologist.
do you think it's Trump's DNA on
I'm
the
sorry, this is why I get mad at you, because you're a get lost in the name calling, but that person did deserve to get called out. Like that person was horrible. Dario, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Autumn, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Madison with the $5. Travis with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jessica, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Can we some W's for all of them in the comment section right now? Thank you. Thank you. I really don't like insulting people. Like it's not my like forte to like I want to insult people very commonly, but I definitely think he deserved. Out of everyone I've talked to, I typically, you know what? I actually like whenever I typically insult people, I typically do think back and I'm like, you know what? I probably shouldn't have in that context, and I think it was like genuine. I probably shouldn't have, but with him, I'm not gonna do that. That guy was horrible. Chris, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Rachel, with the membership subscription. Thank you. Angela Nader, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Samurai, thank you for the $5. Eric, thank you for the $2. Sarah with the $2. Dale with the $5. Jaylee, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Who knows? Thank you for the $2. San, thank you for the $5. Dale, I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Jazz with the $10. Thank you. Carolina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Sarah with the $5. Thank you so much. Jaylee, thank you so much for the membership subscription. I am the Darkness. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $4. Thank you. Anthony, thank you so much for the $5. San, thank you so much for the $5. Anthony again, the $10. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I'm caught up there. Yes, it should because of BDS. That's what I think at least. But Disney reinstating Kimmel. I mean, I don't know if it will do much. And it goes against their point of being like legally obligated into that circumstance too. Malin, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Yes, I honestly, it's crazy. It's crazy that people like that. They're just gonna say that they don't believe people, and I guess I just don't want to put people that through that as well. It's so crazy. I'm so sorry that people like that exist. It's so fucking horrible. Sonia, thank you for the $5. I would definitely need to see that if you could let me know where I could find that. Denise, thank you for the $24. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Give me some W's for Denise in the comment section for the $24. And Crystal with the $50. Give me some W's for Crystal in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me hope in our country. You are making a difference in people's lives. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. Important to have like community where you know people too. I think that's incredibly important. Jasmine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. People like that are why women still don't get believed and further make us fear speaking up after essay. Literally people that have those types of beliefs. Justin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I'm not going to be moving from TikTok, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot more stuff that's happening on YouTube, of course. YouTube is going to be a lot larger portion of people, especially going into the future with like what's happening with TikTok, because I don't know what's going to happen with the algorithm on TikTok. Perdell, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I know, it's literally horrible. It's horrible. Yes, just literally know that we believe you. Absolutely. I think that's incredibly important. We believe you. All right, everyone, let me check my TikTok real quick. See if I did get my main account back as well. Everyone here, this is my third account. Or technically my second account. Okay, I got appeal and approved. So we can go back, but I might just like stay here just for safety for the day. What do y'all think about that? Should I go back to my main account or should I stay here for safety? Stay. Yeah, well, I mean, here on YouTube, we're going to stay here. I'd recommend people to go over to YouTube. I'd recommend people to go to YouTube. Argus, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Argus. Morgan, thank you for the $20. Put some W's from Morgan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Morgan. W's from Morgan in the comment section as well. Thank you. W's for Jill in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jill.
Hey.
Yo, what's up? I was making sure that it was your account because I'm on my third account and it didn't say friend right next to you because it's your third account.
No, this is the backup. My main is still down for like another 45 minutes.
Yeah, my main just got taken down, but I did get the appeal
I was
approved.
watching.
Yeah. I'm happy the appeal got approved. That's really good. I was honestly really scared. I'm not gonna lie.
That guy was fucking wild.
That guy was horrible.
He just lacked empathy.
That's the first time I've done that since I got back. Like I haven't done that in a long time. Like that guest was so horrible. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna go on to the next person, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up for the 4,000 people on the YouTube stream. Hit that thumbs up. It will help get it out to more people. I would really appreciate it. We're gonna be on for another hour and 15 minutes, everyone. So we still got a little bit left on the stream, just letting everyone know. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get it going. Thank you so much for the money gun and the autumn picnic. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen on YouTube or on TikTok. Sorry. If you're on YouTube, yes, make sure to hit that thumbs up. We might be able to hit 4,000 today. There's 4,000 people in the YouTube stream. That's great. This might be the most I've had on YouTube in a long time.
Shanta's a nigger. Shanta's a nigger. Shanta's a nigger.
So disgusting. So disgusting. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Okay, first of all, I want to say I'm really sorry about that last kiss. That's really disgusting. Also, I just wanted to see your opinion about trans rights because I don't support Trump, but I do go on lives and talk to people who do. And personally, I'm very for trans rights.
Hold up. I don't know why it still had them playing, even though...
yeah, I heard that for like a delay.
Yeah, even though I kicked them off. I am just looking for some debates. I do appreciate you coming up. If you want to hear any of my arguments, in particular, you could always watch the streams. That's the best place to hear arguments that I have. Otherwise, I do just bring up people who are debaters. I do appreciate you very much, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Also...
Hey, what's up, Parker? I'm 26.
Santana, what'd you have to say?
No, I was just going to say trans rights are human rights, so...
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, so I think they were arguing. I think they were just asking for arguments themselves because they were saying that they debate Trump supporters. Do you support Donald Trump, Maverick?
I actually do. I do support Donald Trump. Being a military member since 2017, I really do support Donald Trump. Also, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry they had to go through that at Utah. I know that was emotional, so I just want to say I'm sorry they had to deal with that, man. I mean, that's tragic.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of people impacted, and I'm just happy that he's back and other people are getting back to it. But let's get into it. I mean, you said that you're a member of the military. Like, first and foremost, thank you for your service.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate that.
But man, how can you support Trump if you, like...
I've been in the military, by the way, let me go ahead and say this. My opinions do not reflect the Department of Defense.
Exactly, and I won't let you go too far because I know, your parameters. So if you start to go too far, I'll hop in and stop you. Don't worry.
Yeah, but these are my personal opinions. They do not reflect the Department of Defense whatsoever. Right. So, Parker, it's nice to meet you. I'm shocked that I'm actually being able to talk to you right now. I mean, that's insane. Much respect, dude. Absolutely. But yeah, I do support Trump. I think that during my time in the military, I served under Trump when I first enlisted. I served under Biden, and then I once again am serving under Trump. During my time frame that I served under these presidencies, I have had the option or the opportunity to be around Kamala Harris, and her reflection and the way that she treated me and the other service members just kind of put a sour taste in my mouth, if that makes sense. Like, she just poorly represented herself as like a VP. Like, you would think that the VP would be very appreciative of the country, of the military, especially considering the fact that the prince of, or not the prince, but the, I forgot who it was. I think it may have been the prince. Whoever the head guy is in the UAE had passed away. We had to go out there and secure a flight line for her. She came out there, landed, and
wait, so I'm a little bit confused. How was she not appreciative of?
Well, typically when a VP or a president gets off the aircraft, they salute the troops. After the troops salute them, they secure them. They come down, they greet them, they carry on with their political duties. She just kind of like walked out and just didn't give two shits that we just pulled 72-hour security on this flight line for her to be able to land there. And she just got off and treated us like shit. And it was just kind of like, excuse my language to the chat.
Be specific. How does she treat you like shit?
So I think he's just saying that because of the fact that she didn't salute. So then here would be a few things. So you think her not saluting would be comparable to Donald Trump saying that veterans are suckers and losers, and saying that John McCain's not a war hero because he was captured, and dodging the draft on multiple occasions?
Did he actually say that? Because I actually have never seen him say. I did see where Biden had made a comment like that in regards to saying that we're all dumb bastards.
No.
What?
No, definitely not. That was not something that he said about veterans. Trump did say that veterans are suckers and losers, and Trump did say that was indicated by his chief of staff, and then specifically in his first admin, and then secondly it was it's called or actually it was and then second sorry, my brain just literally like went to straight mush. I apologize. What was the second claim? I apologize.
You were talking about how Trump called them suckers and losers. John McCain,
General Kelly, specifically for the suckers and losers comments. That's who indicated that to be true. And then John McCain, Trump said that John McCain was not a war hero because he was captured. I apologize.
Okay, well, you know what? That's actually
hot in my room or something.
That's a stupid comment, because if you're a POW in general, it doesn't matter. If you are a POW, you are a absolute animal. Like, being a POW is something that I wish upon nobody. Like, that is not something you want to endure. That is not something that should be endured. It should never even happen. So if anybody makes a comment in regards to being a POW and discrediting it, is insanity to me. So if that was ever made, then I'm unaware of it. But I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I can try to bring that up for you, but that's also something that you could verify yourself. That I'm pretty sure it's on video, him saying that. I've watched the clip before myself, so I'm pretty sure you'd be able to find it. So like that's definitely something like that would get you to like not support him, right? Because I mean, the point you brought up about Kamala Harris was that she didn't salute, and you know, I could understand wanting like a salute in that circumstance, like that's what's typical. And I mean, you did a bunch of different things. I mean, there could be plenty of different reasons to explain why she didn't. Maybe in that context,
like I'm saying, it wasn't
that just happened right before, and she was focused on that or something, or she was dealing with something.
It wasn't, like I said, it wasn't to me direct. And my opinions do not reflect the Department of Defense. These are personal opinions, just so the chat knows. This is not, I do not represent the military in these opinions. This is just my personal opinion, unrelated. I'm just saying that I think that, you know, it wasn't to me directly, that, you know, I didn't salute her directly. It's just, I guess it's a simple thing called customs and courtesies. You know, it's an honor to be able to meet a VP. It's an honor to be able to meet the President of the United States. And when it's on those parameters, you know, it's just like, holy crap, the VP is getting off an aircraft, and we're the ones that are protecting the VP.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then
boy,
when she
Trump
kind of
makes
just
my life difficult. He had
brushes you off, it just
15,000
kinda
crazies show up. Crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain.
Do I support a giraffe dodger, Parker? What are they talking about?
Hold up.
Donald Trump dodged a giraffe with bone spurs, or allegedly bone spurs. Anyway, Parker.
I don't think anybody should dodge the giraffe.
Donald Trump literally did. He got multiple instances of getting doctors to write him excuses so he wouldn't have to be drafted.
I did not know that either. Either way, it doesn't matter who's the president of the United States. I support them regardless. They're the commander of the United States of America.
So what I mean is, like, if you could go back in time, would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
Would I vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris if I could go back in time? Currently, with what I've seen, yes, but I have not seen anything to overturn my opinion as of right now, if that makes sense. Because I'm yes.
How do you feel about Donald Trump?
What have I said that's racist?
Don't read
stop
the
reading
chat.
comments
Lock in.
and like let's attend to speak, and then I want to be able to bring up the clip real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, go ahead, Parker, because my point actually kind of shifts. Well, how do you feel about Donald Trump using the military in multiple instances as puppets, right? Whether we talk about the military parade, which was something that was supposed to happen, but he blew the budget out completely and did, you know, absolutely things that people didn't want. But then also, we can talk about him sending the National Guard to D.C. and having them just pick up trash. He constantly actually utilizes the military as if they're toys. And, you know, that's very disrespectful.
Yeah, so essentially your question was, how do I feel about Trump using the military, quote, as toys, as you stated, and what was the other half of it?
Just that's the premise. Like, how do you feel about that? Especially as someone in the military, and respect and upholding like the prestige of the military is a big thing. And Donald Trump has completely disregarded what the military is actually about.
Well, I think, like, so for instance, the ones that he's sending there aren't active duty members. Clearly, they're either National Guard or they're reservists. And I think that they may be going out there and doing these minute things, but in a real world perspective, these guys aren't doing anything on their day-to-day basis in general. When they go to drill, when they go to AT, they're doing training, they're doing quals, probably 9 times out of 10 working motor pool. So when they go out there, yeah, you know, it may suck going out there picking up trash, but at the end of the day, it's still a mission set, and they're getting paid full active duty pay while doing it. So may it suck? Yes. I mean, but
they weren't
I don't
getting
think
paid.
he's treating them like toys necessarily.
They weren't getting full active duty pay. Donald Trump was actually cycling them out. The way that they did it is that they had to be active for 30 days in order to get full active duty pay. And so they were cycling them out at 29 days. And then for some people, they were bringing them right back after 2 days. And so they were avoiding paying them the active duty pay.
Okay. I don't understand how they would be avoided getting active duty pay, because of reservists, even when they go to regular drill weekends, they get paid for a 4-day drill weekend for only showing up for 2 days as an active duty pay anytime you're on orders. So if they get activated to go do those things, they should be getting paid active duty money I don't. I mean, I would have to.
I'll get that information for you while.
Yeah,
Parker
because
plays
I don't.
the sound,
I don't
but
think
got
they.
you.
Yeah, you can't go on orders and not get paid full
Yeah,
duty
I got
pay.
you. Don't worry about it.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying.
No, it's fine.
But you know, that's. Yeah, man. I don't think. I mean, you got to think. National Guard is a state level. The National Guard works for the state, even though they're Army or Air Guard. It is for the state. The reserves works for the government. So there's two different entities, even though they all fall under the President of the United States. So when the state needs something, for instance, a hurricane hits Florida, natural disaster, the National Guard for Florida goes out. They set up sandbags, flash floods, prevent those things. So essentially, that's kind of what they're used for, is to go out and help the state in any way necessary. So that's kind of their job in times of no war or conflict, if that makes sense.
You know, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, you know, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero. 5.5 years. He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you. Do you
rewind that, please?
Yep.
I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, you know, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero. 5.5 years. He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
Well, disagree with that comment. I think if you're captured, I think that's something that's. Disagree with that comment. I do disagree with that comment.
So, like, would that be like a reason not to support Donald Trump?
I disagree with the comment, but man, dude, when I guess it's like I'm weighing out the pros and the cons here. Like, I mean, he does say some stupid shit, excuse my language, a lot of times, but I feel like he does a lot of good too, man. Like, I just feel like.
Could you name like a policy of his that you like?
Well, I like not necessarily a policy. I mean, I'd have to think about a policy, for instance. You know, I'm not very educated on the whole that realm of politics, but when it comes to my day-to-day life as a service member, I would say he's given a lot of raises to the military. He's stood up for the country, for instance, as going over there and ending the nuclear weaponry that Iran was building. I mean, that's a threat to the world. I mean,
so one, he pulled out of the nuclear agreement that we had with Iran that
he did do that
24/7 surveillance on their nuclear enrichment facilities. Secondly, you said raises for the military. That's determined by Congress, not by Trump. So I don't see how he would specifically lead to greater raises for the military. He actually defunded himself the VA. Did you know that?
Well, the VA is not defunded. The VA is not defunded.
It was
no, I have
defunded by Trump.
Absolutely not. I have a lot of friends that are disabled veterans that still get paid. Full time.
I'm not saying there's no VA. I'm saying that there are less people that work at the VA, therefore he cut the VA.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Well, you know what? I mean, that makes sense because I got a bunch of buddies that are waiting on their claims to be approved, and it's been like 10 months. So, I mean, hey,
you know, directly tied to the cuts.
I see what you're saying now. I thought you meant like they cut the pay it in total. If that makes sense. Like, as in they're cutting disabled veteran pay or something like that. That's how I was interpreting it. So, my bad. But, I mean, I don't know, man. You know, like, this is my first time voting, believe it or not. You know what I mean? Like, this is my first time voting. I've lived in, I'm not going to say what state, but it's a blue state for a long time. And I've been a very huge Charlie Kirk supporter. I've been watching his stuff. I've donated to Turning Point USA multiple times. And I've loved that guy. He's the reason that got me onto Trump. You know what I mean? Love that dude.
So like, you can't even mention anything about Trump that you like. So it didn't get you to critically think.
No, I mean, I like how he's freaking did the whole if you can correct me, he implemented the tariffs, which helped the United States, as in the importer for tariffs brings like financial stability to the stock market, etc. So it builds the stock market. Dude, I don't even know, man. Look, I'm not the biggest.
Wait, hold on. What's a tariff?
Tariff is where they tax the import of objects by the exporter.
So
right?
No. Okay. So
the importer pays taxes.
Let me tell you.
To
So
get the product.
a tariff is a tax on an imported good. The importer is an American business that is bringing the product in from a different country around the world. So who pays that? The American business that's bringing the product into the country. And because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution, it's not placed on the profits, right? It's going to be passed down to the consumer to a greater extent, meaning that it's going to have a regressive negative impact on lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Okay. But did he not, or did he?
Did he not, or did he what?
Like he made it better, correct?
No, tariffs actually have made the economy worse. Not only was the jobs report so bad that he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
So tariffs do or do not affect the stock market?
Well, I mean, I think Parker was telling you, but you have to let him finish his sentence.
Oh, my bad. I got the Baltimore Ravens are getting crushed right now by the Detroit Lions, and
You
got
are
my
just
prize
not
picks on the
locked in
Lions.
at all. Like,
No, I'm locked in. I'm just very, like I said, I vote on when it comes to voting. Like I
sure,
said,
but can you let Parker finish his sentence? Because I mean, he was answering your question and giving you details. So, oh, he's gone.
Interesting. He might have got banned. I'm not quite sure. There was a flag for firearms or something.
Hey, one thing really quick. So for anyone wondering going back what I was saying earlier, The Hill ran a great article detailing the actual extending of the National Guard. It's called DC National Guard Deployment Extended Through December Reports. And it also talks about the actual pay and how they have to be active for 30 days. For National Guards, it's under Title 10 or Title 32, and it gives them access to federal services like VA benefits, healthcare, disability compensation, education programs, and the VA back loan. So that's what they get access to if they're active for longer than 30 days. And even like the weekend training and stuff, technically it's covered, but it's covered differently under traditions and technical membership.
Limitless, how old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
100% yes.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump, who is a businessman and has experience, not with the person who does not have experience. Especially comes in with a man that basically tortured his own son, which is Hunter Biden. You call that as an act of democracy? Look at Charlie Kirk, though. That's all planned by you lefties. You don't care about this man.
We're not going to do conspiracy.
And by the way,
theories,
Parker,
but
you brought a Bible verse to Charlie Kirk. That's disgusting because you don't know nothing about God. You're not a Christian. You're not a Democrat. You're basically an uneducated person.
As a Christian, can you tell me what Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 says?
Can you tell me what the 10 Commandments says?
Yeah, I could mention more commandments than you. Name 3 of the 10 commandments.
Really? Because you basically broke all of those commandments because all your
name
YouTube,
three-
you're just
name three of the- but
you
name
are
three-
humiliating people on your YouTube for more.
I am humiliating people on my YouTube. Good job for
Yes,
telling
you
me
are,
that.
and it's disgusting.
Yep, I am humiliating people. Trump supporters are getting humiliated, right?
Disgusting, man.
It's disgusting how much I'm destroying them, right?
Bro, you literally made a video.
So if you want to tell me, can you name 3 of the 10?
For Charlie Kirk, man.
Did he come up here to cry or did he come up to debate?
I don't know. Can you name 3 of the 10 commandments?
Yeah, the first one is not to kill. Second one, not adultery.
murder. Okay, Trump's violated that one, and both of them actually.
Yeah, sure. Can you prove that? I'm pretty sure you can't.
What's the
'cause
third
You don't
one?
have any evidence.
What's the third one?
You tell me, Mr. Smarty Pants. I'm not going to tell you all of them.
You can't mention
I'm
the
not gonna
third one.
educate you.
He couldn't even tell me 3.
I'm not going to educate you. You should do it yourself.
I have a question real quick. How many commandments are there?
Wow, impressive. A man who died literally trying to save his country.
How many
right?
commandments are there?
You don't care about a human's life, Parker? Tell me, do you care about human's life? Yes or no?
Hey, Limitless.
I'm pretty sure if you run for office, nobody would like
Limitless.
you. Anybody
Limitless.
would try to take you out,
God,
just
yeah.
like
Okay.
a Democrat. You
Sure.
have
Limitless.
been
Don't say
destroying
that.
us.
Limitless, that's crazy. You don't say something like that. That's actually nuts, by the way, that you just said that.
You're crazy, by the way. You're more crazy.
No, I'm
because
not.
you're insane.
Hey, Limitless. How many commandments are there total?
I'm sorry. How many Republicans do you enjoy dying?
Sure. Again, how many commandments are there total?
There's 10 of them.
No, there's 613.
613.
613 total commandments within the Bible. You only know the 10 and you barely know the 10. Maybe you should stop coming on live and professing to be a Christian when you don't even know about your own
I'm sorry,
Bible.
sir. I didn't know that our country is freedom of speech and freedom
Yeah,
of...
but like you sat here and proclaimed that you're a Christian, but
human's life is more valuable.
Limitless, can you tell me the first 4 books of the New
going on?
Testament?
There's more AB.
Can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Democrats don't do anything about AB. So
Can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Oh my God. You've already broken all of the commandments, Parker. You're already a sinner.
couldn't even mention 3 of them.
You're already a sinner 100%.
You couldn't even mention 3 of them. Can you now
You're
tell
basically
me?
humiliating people for money.
What's the first? Yeah, I am. What's the first 4
God
books of
doesn't
the New
want to.
Testament?
Okay, God doesn't want that to you to do that.
I don't believe in God. What's the first 4 books of the
God
New
doesn't
Testament?
want you to do anything for money, for humiliation. That's bullshit.
What's the first
That's
4
bullshit,
books of
Parker.
That's
That's bullshit.
What is the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Oh my God, you are a heathen, sir. You're a heathen.
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
You come on every day. You get money for no reason. You're doing for humiliation for people. You think that you enjoy humiliating people? You think that you enjoy Charlie Kirk dying? You're basically a horrible human being. You don't value women's life. You don't value the AB.
What is this guy yapping about, bro?
Donald Trump has done more than
Is he just like, dude? He's just like saying whatever comes to his mind. Like,
It seems like he's upset that it seems like he's upset because you get money for dog walking Trump supporters.
I'm upset because you guys don't.
Thank you, Darlene, for the $2 donation. Saying, look at Limitless bio.
Oh my God! But Jesus Christ, Donald Trump's a businessman.
Are you hurt?
He has more experience.
Hold on.
By the way, they're so happy about Donald Trump being a businessman, but whenever I do it, it's wrong. Okay. Whenever I'm a businessman, it's wrong. Okay. When Parker does it, it's wrong. But when Donald Trump does it, it's a qualification for president, buddy.
I would just like to read off his bio. I've been humiliated, and it doesn't make sense how women think we men are so bad. No.
Oh, yeah, you're the problem, buddy.
You just don't know it yet.
You're the problem, buddy.
That's what it is.
Oh, you're the problem, man.
It's the feces in his tum tum. The feces in his tum tum are definitely hurt.
You're a mafia.
Let me say thank you to some people. Sharon, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for some W's for Sharon in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sharon. Hillary with the $25. Thank you so much, Hillary. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hillary, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $25. Lorraine, thank you so No, get the fuck off my live, bro. He's so mad that he has to literally scream like that. What the fuck, dude? He's so triggered.
He's so triggered.
Ricky, thank you for the $5. Jess with the $5. Thank you. Jacqueline, thank you so much for the $5. Argus with the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Hillary with the $25. Marine, thank you for the $25. Thank you. Lauren with the $20. Can you talk about the upcoming rapture? The guest that was just on the live definitely believes that. Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Emily with the $5. Thank you. Yapsure is incoming, and it just removed him from the stream. He got yaptured. Look at him.
Just an FYI, I checked with my friends in Japan, and they said the rapture hadn't showed up there yet, so we may be safe.
Maybe. Alicia, thank you for the $4.20. Or maybe we're already in it, and that's the world we're living in.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm obviously joking. But yeah, no, I don't know why he was like screaming at me about that. Like, I'm literally not Christian.
He was hurt. It was his emotions.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. I do have some people actually to thank on YouTube. Let me say thank you to some people on YouTube, and then we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Gabriel, thank you for the $1. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Aaliyah. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jamie with the $5. Samoy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the The $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, it gave me 2 different flags for him, and I removed him twice. It was just completely
That's
random.
been
ones.
doing that.
I know, right? Jamie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Andy with the $10. Thank you. Mark, I appreciate the $2. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Jamie with the $2. S, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, S. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much, S. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dolphin, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Waka, I really appreciate the $5. Octobers, thank you for the $10. Absolutely, absolutely. And also, again, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really, really, really appreciate it. W's for them in the comment section. Azzy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I'm the Darkness with the $5. EA with the $5. Blue with the $5. Thank you. Perdo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 or $10. Thank you. Justin with the $5. Jasmine, I appreciate the $5. Kimberly with a $10. Thank you. I think I am caught up, everyone. Libby, thank you for the $10. If I did miss anyone, I do really apologize. Stefani, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Jess with the $5. Thank you. Thank you. And Desiree, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. As well as Alicia, thank you for the $4.20. And Anthony, thank you so much for the $5. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the pinned comment of my YouTube, as well as Santana is on the stream. Make sure to support him. Make sure to show Santana some love. Link tree in the bio. Let's go on to the next person here, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Nightblade, thank you for the $5. And Robert with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He's triggered from the comment section. That's what it is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 67. Santana, I didn't mean you. I love both of you. You're not a racist. That was for the guest.
No,
both of you
okay.
do.
You're good. Don't worry. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I was hoping we brought this guy up because I saw him in the comments. I was like, what the hell is he talking about? Alicia, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the appreciation. I thank you so much.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Not really. I just wanted to come here and say hi.
Nice. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Linda, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Linda in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
They're not loading.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. We have about 45 minutes left on the stream, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, the best way to do so is to follow me on TikTok and subscribe to me on YouTube. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
December.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for people currently MAGA, meaning if you could go back in time right now, you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Trump, I'm going to be the president in 2045.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, I love y'all. Yo, chat, love you. Mass support.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen.
Listen, we all love Parker. Like, I think everyone here, like, except, you know, the few haters that are here that are hate watching, we see you. But anyone else, we love Parker. But he only has about 45 minutes left. And we definitely want to get some debates because that's why we love Parker. So please respect the boundaries and only request up if you're a Trump supporter and you actually meet all the requirements.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. London, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's go to the next person. Aaron, thank you so much for the jollies. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
That was cool.
Just letting everyone know, I am going to be adding people to mods on YouTube. I still needed to add mods on YouTube. So just letting you know, if you spend a bunch of time in the YouTube chat and I see you in the YouTube chat, I might make you a mod here pretty soon. Let's go into the next person here real quick. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $2. Ollie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ollie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I support just one thing. That's pretty much it.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Neither.
Okay. All right. Well, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you are hate watching right now, send a guest request right now on the stream. If you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
They're not there.
They said Parker's worse than Dean.
Parker.
How old are you?
Yo, how did you invite me to this shit? Anyways,
How old are you?
Dude.
How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm 28.
What's your birth year?
Parker. What?
What's your birth year?
My birth year is 2025, bro.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
1994.
Okay, and what month?
April.
Yeah, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for... Wait, actually, bro, I don't even believe you. How'd you get it right, bro?
I'm laughing. This is diabolical.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he got it right. Like, 31 was ambitious to look for.
Nightblade, thank you for the 5. I think I'm confused.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. Can I touch you?
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. We have like 43 minutes left on the stream, so we are just trying to get another debate up here. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
92.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I just think he's the lesser of two evil.
Why?
Well, he wants to make America great again.
Okay. When is it going to be great?
Well, we got to give it time. He's doing a good job so far.
So, how will you know it's great?
Well, I don't think he'll be able to get it done in just this term.
So he's not going to make America great.
But he's going to set it on the path to make it great.
Okay.
Hasn't he technically been saying this since 2016? What's taking so long?
Yeah, what's taking so long? Is it going to take
Biden messed it up.
Biden messed it up. So, who won the 2020 election?
Biden.
Okay. Actually, how about this? Do you think core fundamental values of America make this country great?
Well, how far back are we going?
I mean, like, do you care about the Constitution? Do you care about our rule of law? Do you care about our democracy?
Yeah.
Okay, so Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. And secondly, he's advocated to undermine multiple of our constitutional rights, such as the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment.
Well, as long as you don't affect the Bill of Rights, I'm okay.
What?
What?
As long as he don't affect the Bill of Rights.
What? The First Amendment. Wait, what is the Bill of Rights?
That. It's the first 10 articles of the Constitution.
Okay. Can you tell me Can you tell me a few of the Bill of Rights? Like a few of the aspects of the Bill of Rights.
Well, the Bill of Rights was originally formed to help us protect the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, can you tell me what aspects of the? Can you tell me like aspects of the Bill of Rights? Like, do you know any of that?
Yeah, the rights to bear arms.
That's the Second Amendment.
Freedom
right?
of speech, freedom of press.
First Amendment, right? So if Donald Trump undermines the First Amendment, he's undermining the Bill of Rights, correct?
I mean, to put pressure on a company to limit what they say is it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I wouldn't say it's against the Constitution.
That's not the only example that I'm providing. He's also violated people's due process rights in terms of their freedom of speech, like people specifically like Mahmoud Khalil, who said Free Palestine and specifically was detained without due process for over 100 days. But I can also give other examples that are explicitly ingrained into the Constitution and identified by the Supreme Court to be protected by the First Amendment, such as burning the American flag. Donald Trump called for people to be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Let's also not forget that they're actively working on ways to pull American citizens' passports if they actually are deemed to be supporting a quote-unquote terrorist group with their speech. This is something that the State Department is actively working on. There's actually a bill that's on the floor that they have already ingrained where Marco Rubio would have that power. So nothing is passed yet, but they're actively working on suppressing free speech in multiple ways.
Right, and the thing is what kind of? Well, let me address Parker first. What due process did he violate by detaining this person? Did he not get arraigned or something?
There was no process that determined that he specifically had committed any particular violation of the law. There was nothing specifically determined or given to him in terms of any information, which you should have gotten well within 100 days. You should have. So you should have some type of.
Not charged with a crime.
What crime did he commit?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking, was he not charged with a crime? I don't know this case you're talking of.
Yeah, so he was detained without there being any type of legitimate charge of a crime.
Oh shit.
Right? Without there being any legitimate crime that was committed. So that's what without due process means. I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
Mark?
Oh, no, he might have left.
Yeah,
if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up if you're on YouTube. Helps get it out to more people. I think right now we just hit over 2,000 likes, everyone. I think we can get to 3,000 before we end the live for sure. We can definitely hit 3,000. We're at still 4,000 people. That's unbelievable.
Nightblade, thank you for the 5. I appreciate you so much more, bud. Parker, appreciate you letting me come up and run a few debates, or at least try to run a few debates with you. I'm going to go ahead and hop because me and Brett are getting ready to go live. We're going to do what we planned on doing this week. So
I'll make sure to send you a raid.
I appreciate it. We're going to be talking gun reform and how do we get it done. So
yes, let me know what account you're on, and I'll make sure to send everyone there.
It'll be my main. Literally, it just came back 7 minutes ago. So
perfect. We'll send everyone over there.
I appreciate you.
Of course. We're gonna be on here for 35 minutes, everyone. Then we'll send everyone over to Santana Stream. So just give me a second. We're gonna get someone up here real quick. Sounds like a great live to go to, everyone. After this, sounds like a great live. I think everyone should go there. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen here on TikTok. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. All Alrighty, we're trying to get to the next person. You know what I love? People in the comment section saying that I'm running, and then I invite them, and they still don't join. Watch, now a lot of people are going to say that in the comment section just because they want to get added up, so I'm not going to add it up anyone who says it anymore. Watch this. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alright, let's go to the next person. Actually, there's no one I see in the comment section that said that. That's so funny. Alrighty, let's go into the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
Disgusting. This is why I don't add people up from the chat. So disgusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I'm sorry, it's taking a second to get people up here. I do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Dean. I love you, Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second, everyone. Oh, okay. Welcome back. Welcome back, Mark.
Hello, how are you? Sorry, my phone died.
You're good. What were you just arguing?
We were talking about Donald Trump violating somebody's due process.
Yeah. And I gave you the specific circumstances there, and then I also told you about how he wanted to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. So that's an explicit example of him violating the First Amendment. That's an aspect of him violating the Constitution. That's one of the constitutional amendments.
Well, I mean, the Constitution's been amended plenty of times. I'm not saying putting somebody in jail for a year for burning a flag is obviously ridiculous, but that doesn't mean it's going to be put in the legislation. He won't even have the power to do that. That's up to the legislators. Like, he specifically cannot do that.
Yeah, so you understand that him actively having a position to undermine the Constitution is not actively a good position for our president to be at, especially if we talk about the fact that Donald Trump has violated Supreme Court orders 9-0. There was a 9-0 Supreme Court order that Donald Trump just literally did not follow. That creates a constitutional crisis. Okay, we don't want to continue the constitutional crisis.
Are you talking about when the people were on the plane?
I'm saying when he sent Kilmar Abrego Garcia to an El Salvadorian concentration camp where he got tortured, where the Supreme Court said that he shouldn't have been sent there.
Was he already there when the Supreme Court said so?
The Supreme Court already said specifically that he can't do that, and he said he's going to, violate the Supreme Court order. He even said it himself.
So Kilmore was in America, and then
they sent him to an El Salvadorian concentration camp.
He was in America. The Supreme Court ruled that he should not be sent to a camp, and they still deported him.
Say it again?
Is that what you're saying? So you're saying he was in America, the Supreme Court ruled not to deport him, and they deported him anyway.
The Supreme Court said not to send him to an El Salvadorian concentration camp, and Trump still did. And Trump still supported it, and Trump still didn't get him back, right, within the time slot that he was specifically told to. Now, eventually, he did get back to the country, but now he's talking about sending him to Uganda, a country he's never been to, which is insane. And it's also, again, this is a place where he was sent, where he was tortured, and it was literally indicated by the Supreme Court that he was not supposed to be sent there.
Well, no president is perfect. That's one thing that I would say is I wouldn't agree with.
Okay, so then, like, why do you still support Donald Trump, given that he's, created such a constitutional crisis?
Well, I do support the immigration, like the illegal immigration, to deport them. And I understand it can affect the economy. There's predictions it can. But at the end of the day, if people come on your live and they constantly violate the rules, you kick them. You kick them out. If they're repeated offenders, you ban them from the live probably. So I think it's just a little hypocritical to say that people don't have the right to feel that them breaking the law and getting deported is justified because it's going to affect the economy.
Are you really comparing me kicking someone from my live stream to like people getting deported? Are you? Is that really the comparison you just made?
Yeah. You care about people violating your rules and not the country's federal law.
Yeah, because my rules are justified. The rules that we have for our current system right now are not. It takes way too long for people to get in the country. It costs too much. Right? Also, Trump himself is violating due process rights. He himself said that he's okay with violating due process rights and deporting undocumented immigrants because it is the case that it, quote unquote, takes too long and costs too much money to go through the context of the court system. Well, that same thing could be said from the position of an undocumented immigrant. It takes too long to go through the legal process and it costs too much to go through the legal process. Therefore, they come to the country undocumented. Now, again, me saying specifically I have legitimate rules and you have to follow legitimate rules is not at all saying that, in my live stream, is not at all saying that we shouldn't have legitimate rules from an immigration standpoint. I still think people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes should be deported, right? But I'm talking about people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. I don't care if they came to the country undocumented.
Well, there's people that do care, and I think their point is also justified too. What you're trying to say is it's okay if somebody goes in the store, feels as though that a steak is too high the price and the line is too long, so they get to just walk out with the steak. That's the kind of analogy you're trying to put. It's not okay.
No, because
whether it's small or large.
Someone's rights. When you come to the country undocumented, whose rights are you infringing upon?
Well, you're violating the law. At the end of the day,
you don't care about Trump violating,
or you're violating the rules.
Trump is a convicted felon. You don't care about him violating the law.
Well, there's a lot of people that are convicted felons in this country and do great things.
I'm sorry, but do you think that you want a convicted felon held civilly liable of sexual abuse to be your president?
Well, he was civilly liable. I mean, I like criminal convictions. And I understand it's past that statute of limitation. It's,
would you let someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse take care of your children?
Well, depends.
On what?
Well, if they're touching children, of course not.
If they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse of a woman, would you let them take care of your children?
Probably not, but it depends on the circumstance.
Why not? Definitely not. Why does it depend on the circumstance? What does it depend on?
Their state of mind too. Some people could be substance users, not in the right state of mind.
I'm sorry. Why would their substance use matter? They were held civilly liable of sexual abuse. What matters was that they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse. What the hell does substance use have to do with that? Like, fuck.
Well, for example, the person I'm going to refer to wasn't SA, but it's very uncharacteristic, and the thing that they did was not them. They took some.
I'm sorry. Why would no?
Fungus.
Are you saying in the situation of substance use or not substance use that you would let someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse take care of your kids? Like, what about substance use changes whether or not you let them take care of your kids, given that they're held civilly liable of sexual abuse? If someone's held civilly liable of sexual abuse, I would not let them take care of my children.
Well, like if I was able to explain, I can further. There's some substances out there that can really alter your state of mind.
Yeah, I get that. I totally understand. Why is that relevant? We're talking about someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Do you think someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
Well, like I said, it depends on their state of mind at the time. The people can make one bad decision and change their whole life. I believe in second chances.
For people held civilly liable of sexually assaulting people.
So what do you think we should do with them? Euthanize them?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you saying that people held civilly liable of sexual abuse, you would... Wait. You're saying that people held civilly liable of sexual abuse, you would trust them taking care of your children? Because you believe in quote-unquote second chances. Depends on what? Tell me, what does it depend on?
It depends on the circumstance. Their state of mind. I already told you this, Parker.
So if they're
Parker,
sober,
their state of mind.
Wait, clarify.
Parker,
If they're sober, would you let someone who's sober, held civilly liable of sexual abuse, take care of your children?
Depends on the time frame. If they were, maybe a young kid, maybe at a party, they're older now. People would deserve a second chance.
Again, we're talking about people held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Do you know what sexual abuse is? Yes. Forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will. That's what we're referencing in this context. Do you think that someone who's been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will should be allowed to take care of your children?
And how many times are we going to go through this, Parker? Do we have to keep... All right, I'm going to say it one more time, and let's switch the subject, please, to just get it over with. It depends, because everyone deserves a second chance. I mean, if it was yesterday and they sexually assaulted a year ago, even up to 10 years ago.
If someone was held civilly liable of sexual abuse of a child, would you say that they should be allowed, like you would be okay with them taking care of your children?
No.
Okay, so you don't believe in second chances for them if the victim is a child, so why do you believe in second chances for them if the victim is an adult?
Well, because kids are different, because they're not all emotionally there. There's a lot of times kids do get SA'd and they don't even say nothing to even their own parent.
I'm sorry. Saying someone is emotionally there or not is not reason to believe specifically that, like, sexual abuse is worse or something to them. Like, it's bad across the board, and it should be so bad that, like, this standard is met in both circumstances, that, like, you wouldn't let them take care of your child.
Well, a kid
regardless of whether or not the victim is an adult or a child, right? That is a sufficient reason to not let them take care of your children. Does that make sense?
Right, because a child doesn't speak up because of the emotional, because of emotions.
You believe that a civil
an
case,
adult has the ability.
Here's my point. You believe that a civil case that determines the guilt of an individual is accurate in most circumstances when the victim's a child, but you don't believe that when the victim's an adult?
Well, the adult has the ability to go to the authorities. They speak up more. The children's, they kind of get in that emotional shock state once they're that young.
Couldn't you understand any victim getting into a circumstance of emotional shock and not coming out right away because of the set of conditions that exist for our society where people don't believe them, they're stigmatized, it's hard to hold their abusers accountable, especially if they're rich and powerful men?
Well, if you go to the police and you're accusing somebody of rape, they're going to do a rape kit on you.
That would be specifically... Wait, I'm sorry. So you're saying if someone didn't get a rape kit, that it didn't happen to them? I'm sorry. Most victims take a long time to come out because our society literally does not believe them.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that the adults have more of the ability to defend themselves because they're bigger and stronger, whether it's a female or not, and they have better resources to.
Wait, are you really saying that? Wait, are you really saying that women, because they have a greater ability to defend themselves than children, that for some reason you'd be okay with literally allowing someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman to literally take care of your children? Dude, do you hear yourself right now? Seriously, what the fuck? Like, I genuinely, like, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's so sick, dude. Like, how come you can't acknowledge that it's so bad that it happens to both a child and an adult? Like, that, like, you shouldn't let them take care of your children. Like, in both circumstances, it wouldn't be that they have the ability to come back from that. Come on, that's nuts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. I have a couple 2 cents to add into this because I am a child. Me? Absolutely not. But that man absolutely sent me up the wall.
I really appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for people who are debating. I really do appreciate you very much for coming up on the stream. Thank you so much. I am just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you need that set of criteria on the screen. We've got about 20 more minutes left on the stream, everyone. 20 more minutes left on the stream. Kendall, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Marie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1.11. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kelly, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Yes, I will. I'm going to be on my main tomorrow. So I think I'd have to delete Ahmad right now. Nightblade, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Nightblade in the comment section? Thank you, Nightblade. I appreciate it. Thank you. Abby, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Vernon, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. And Linda, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Linda. As well as Jamie, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Jamie. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. That's right. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
49. Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. Is there a way you could go to an area with a little bit less background noise?
Sure.
Thank you. In the meantime, I'll thank some people on YouTube real quick. Jamie, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seriously though, I think that's wild. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Lasco, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6. Thank you. London, thank you for the $5. Thank you. It's Santana24 Jones. Who knows? Thank you for the $2. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $2. Ollie, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ollie. London, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. As well as Najia, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. If I did miss your message, I'm so sorry, everyone. I do apologize. It's definitely possible I could have. I do have about 18 minutes left on the stream, everyone. Make sure to tap the screen, like the stream if you haven't already. I love everyone so much. So, sir, why do you support Donald Trump?
I like the fact that he's pro-life when Kamala was not.
Okay, what do you mean by pro-life?
He doesn't support abortion.
Doesn't support it disagrees with it or thinks it should be illegal?
I don't know. I don't know what he technically, but he doesn't support it, and she did.
Well, she's Christian also. Now she just thinks it should be federally protected and legal access to abortion prior to viability. That doesn't mean she thinks it's right or wrong to have an abortion. That just means that she thinks it should be legal. Donald Trump wanted to leave it up to the states, right, at all points during the pregnancy.
Yeah, it sounds like you're speaking for her with the statement that you made.
No, I'm just telling you what her policy was. Roe versus Wade. I was telling you the distinction between Roe versus Wade being overturned.
Yeah, and she supports abortion and he doesn't.
So what do you mean by supports legal access to abortion? Because Donald Trump also supports legal access to abortion, just in certain states.
Okay, so she still is more apt to be okay with an abortion than he was, and so therefore,
what do you mean by? So you judge that based upon how much it's illegal?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you would judge that based upon. So how are you going to tell us what
he
her
looked at it
position
and
is?
how he looked at it?
Say it again.
I'm just telling you how she looked at it and how he looked at it. Her perspective, his perspective. I like his perspective more on abortion than hers.
Okay, sure. So I will ask you this question: would you be okay with restricting bodily autonomy to save human life?
Would I be okay?
Yeah. Would you be okay with restricting bodily autonomy to save human life?
What I'm okay with is irrelevant to what goes on in the nation.
What? You're saying that you disagree with abortion. So I'm just asking you a pretty simple question. Did you hear my question?
Did you hear my answer?
It wasn't an answer to my question.
It's
I can play it back if you'd like me to.
It's the answer you got.
Well, if it's not a direct answer to my question, I don't see what your point was.
Well, when you frame your questions the way that you do, looking for the answer to lead on into your argument, I'm not going to provide you that. I'm sorry.
So you're just not going to engage with an argument? That's all you're saying?
No, your question is, why do I support Trump? And I've answered that.
No, because we're still debating about it.
We're not debating why I support Trump. I've told you why I support Trump. You're questioning.
You told me why you support Trump because he quote unquote. Yeah, of course. That's what we're debating about.
Not on me.
This is a debate.
Are you not pro-life? Are you not pro-life?
No, I'm not. I'm not pro-life in the way that you debated it. But if you're talking about the notion of being pro-life, I don't think you're pro-life because it is the case that you probably don't apply in other circumstances. Like, do you think that we specifically should mandate vaccines to save human life?
That doesn't have anything to do with abortion.
But you're restricting bodily autonomy to save human life.
I'm not. I simply explained to you why I supported Trump and not Kamala.
So, but yeah, it's because of the fact that you don't support abortions. I'm pointing toward the very same things that you support in order to be able to debate you on it. Do you not want to debate? Sure. This is a debate platform. If you don't know this is a debate platform, you can exit now.
You think a vaccine and abortion are the same?
I think they're comparable within the respect that in order for you to have a vaccine mandate, you'd be restricting bodily autonomy to save human life. So the general principle is the same.
Okay. So what vaccine are you exactly addressing?
We can talk about any of them. Like, do you want polio, for example?
Pick one. Okay.
Are you okay with mandating the polio vaccine?
How many people died from polio?
No, are you okay with mandating the polio vaccine? People don't die as much from polio because of the fact that we had vaccines, and especially mandated for example, in school systems. Like 95% of kids get it. So that's because of vaccine policy and mandates in the context of school systems. So you just gave a very reason as to why mandates were effective at doing that. So would you like to address this? If you're pro-life, then you should be in support of restricting bodily autonomy in this context to save human life, just as you are in the context of abortion, right?
So we agree abortions are 100%, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, has anyone ever had an abortion where the baby survived?
Yes.
And what percentage is that?
I'd have to look.
Well, you answered the question, yes. So provide the percentage.
Just because I answered the question yes doesn't mean I know the exact percentage.
So we would, 99%?
No one knows. You can't just whip it out of your ass. That was just a trust me, bro.
It was you that made the statement, not me.
What statement did I make?
So we agree that there's a higher percentage of success rate with abortion than the polio vaccine, correct?
Sure, you could say that. Or actually, no. Wait. I mean, the polio vaccine has near 100% effectiveness after multiple doses.
And I'm sure abortions do too.
So that I don't actually, I mean, I would probably say polio would have more of an impact, but so again, would you like to address this point though? Even that's not a distinction even.
So do we need to give the aborted child
do you think the polio vaccine should be mandated?
So do we need to give the aborted child a polio vaccine? Would that help him survive? her survive? You have to be born first to get a polio vaccine. So let's address the primary issue before we worry about a polio vaccine. You have to be born
So
first.
why would you say such stupid shit if it is the case that you know that they can't get a vaccine until they're born? Do you think we can like give vaccines to feed? Tell me about this process of. I mean, technically, if you give a vaccine to
Why
someone
are you saying
who's
such
pregnant, there
stupid
is
shit
some.
that's about a polio vaccine when we're talking about abortion?
Because I'm showing you that like you don't believe in restricting bodily autonomy to save human life in the context of even the polio vaccine, but you want to force
You're
people
not
to go
showing
through the
that.
context of pregnancies.
You're differentiating between a polio vaccine and abortion, and you need to stay on abortion and quit worrying about bodily autonomy about a polio vaccine.
No, because I'm demonstrating the same general principle to you that you don't give a shit about human life,
It's
right?
not
Enough to
general
say that you should
principle.
restrict access to bodily autonomy in the context of vaccines. So why do you think that in the context of abortion, people should specifically have to?
We have a born human being
not have an abortion
needs a vaccine as opposed to someone unborn child who is taken away.
You're giving more of a reason specifically that vaccines to be mandated would make more sense even than restricting access to abortion. You just gave more of an argument for that because they'd be sentient, because they have experiences. They're not fucking single cell organisms, right? At conception, right? Or embryos. Like, do you think an embryo is a person?
Hold on. No, an embryo? I thought we were all born female.
No.
Oh yeah, we're all at conception. We're female, and then
wait. Do you think birth happens at conception? What are you talking about?
No. We're all born female, correct?
No, we're not all born female.
We're all conceived. We're all conceived female, correct?
I just want to let you know, I was born male.
No, hold on. Was you conceived, male or female?
I was. So again, conception is different than birth. Do you understand?
XXXY. We're all conceived. Go ahead, Parker. We're all conceived. What?
Do you think conception is the same as birth?
No, I'm just asking. Is when at conception, are we not all female? Those are your words.
I'd have to look. I don't even know if I've said that on the stream. I'd have to look.
You have.
I sure.
You have.
I don't know.
Yes, you have.
Okay.
Yeah, babe.
What does that have to do with birth?
Wow, what's up?
What does that have to do with birth?
We're not talking about birth. We're talking. You're deflecting. Why are you always deflecting?
You brought it up.
The victim.
Dude, what do you mean? You brought it up.
Don't play the victim. We're all the conception.
What are you talking about, dude? You brought it up. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm deflecting, bro? You brought it up.
In your word. Get your nervous laugh out. Okay. At conception, we're all XX chromosomes, correct?
What's your point?
Is that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? You made the statement yourself.
I did not say that on the stream.
Parker, be accountable.
I actually genuinely have not said that on the stream. Are you thinking I'm the same as Dean or something? Did Dean say this?
You and Dean both have said it.
I don't remember saying this. When did I say this?
In the past, a lot.
Okay.
In your debate, being a zygote, and you can't be a zygote and a female at the same time.
What?
So you're contradicting yourself.
How am I contradicting myself? What are you talking about? What does that have to do with anything? What were we even talking about? What does this have to do with anything I was saying?
Pay attention. Well, you deflect and ask so many questions, you confused yourself.
I'm
so
confusing
if you're
myself.
XX, then you're female, okay, at conception. But you also say at conception you're a single cell organism and you're a zygote. So you're either a zygote or a female. Which one are you?
What?
Play dumb, Parker.
What does being biologically female have to do with this all? Being a single cell organism and a zygote. That's I was saying that. Why do you value that? What does it have? I didn't even talk about someone being biologically female. I don't know where you got this from.
You.
Okay, I don't remember saying this. If you'd like to
Well,
find
do your
the clip of me
research.
saying
You
this-
go back and watch your own
my
stuff.
own stream. What do you mean? I experienced my own fucking experiences. What do you mean? I need to go back and watch my
Unfortunately,
own
you're not paying enough
experiences.
attention to the words that are coming out of your mouth to pay attention to what you're saying.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, has anyone in the chat heard me say this?
I'm just telling you, I voted for Donald Trump because Kamala is
Kamala.
all of yeah.
Wait,
whatever.
by the way, most people are saying no. So I just want to let you know. Some people
Well, I
are
mean,
saying
just
it was
'cause they're
Dean.
dick
I don't know if Dean.
riders-
I don't know if Dean
just
said
'cause
that.
they're dick riders don't make them right. I mean, they're bootlickers, bro. I can't help that. That's your fault. You want me to ask my people what they say? Hold on. I'm going to ask my people. What do y'all say, people? Okay, the room of people that.
Hold up. I genuinely don't know when I said this, but I don't see how that was relevant. I was saying, why do you value a single cell organism, a zygote? I didn't even bring up the fact that someone was biologically female in this conversation. If you think I did, I don't care. Can you just engage with my points, please? Like this is getting ridiculous.
Now you're changing from this conversation to what you've said in the past. So nice move, but it doesn't work. So I told you why I support Trump. And so we've had 1 million abortions since 2023. 1 million, over 1 million. Do you believe that 1 million unborn children should have died over the last 2 years? Are you accepting of that?
So you call them children. Most abortions happen when it's like an embryo and like really early in the stages. It's not sentient. I don't give a fuck. It's not sentient.
What's
I
the
care a
percentage?
hell of a lot more about
What's
the
the
sentient
percentage?
individual that's pregnant
Okay,
that
how many?
deserves autonomy over their own body.
How many
right?
of those 1 million? How many of those 1 million are in what you consider to be sentient?
Practically none of them. Sentience doesn't happen to 22, 24 weeks, and that's like less than 1% of abortions happen after that. Most of those are medical necessity. So like I think that those would be allowed under my view.
So 0 out of 1 million, every one of them's legit.
Yeah, people aren't just waiting to the end of pregnancy just to like lethally kill it. At that point, they can induce
I'm just
labor.
asking: Are they 100%
viability.
legit? All over 100 million of them are justified. Yes or no?
So I believe abortion is justified to the point of sentience.
Yes or no?
Right, in elective circumstances.
Are over the 1 million 100% justified?
You know what? You know I'll have this. Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so have you looked at the number of abortions since the 70s and 80s? 30 million?
It could be a trillion. I don't care. I kill a trillion zygotes. I don't give a shit. I genuinely don't care. Like, do you care about zygotes?
You was once a zygote, wasn't you? Aren't you glad someone cared enough about you for your definition for you no longer to be a zygote?
Yeah, and you used to be a sperm and an egg cell. Like, did you value the sperm and egg cell?
You didn't answer my question. You were once a zygote. Are you not grateful that someone cared enough about you not to be a zygote and for you to be Parker?
If my mom didn't want to have me, right, I would
yes or no,
I would not have been
Parker.
able to care.
It's a yes or no question, Parker.
That's like saying, are you happy that your parents had sex on that night at that very time to be able to create you? Because if they had sex literally fucking 10 minutes later, you wouldn't exist. Do you realize how stupid this sounds? This has nothing, just because you're here or not, has nothing to do with whether or not you value that at that point. Come on. You don't value the sperm and egg prior to the point of conception. And yet that was like necessary to create your existence. You didn't value the specific sperm and the specific egg that created your existence. You wouldn't have said that it was wrong if they revoked consent and they decided not to engage in sex at that particular moment and they waited till later.
Well, first off, don't speak for me. And secondly, you did not answer the question when I asked you, are you not grateful that when you were a zygote that, your mother was able to go ahead and say, I'm glad to be pregnant and I have a baby in my womb. She didn't know what a zygote was. She considered you a baby in her
My
womb.
mom knows what a zygote is. My mom was a nurse. Okay, like
She didn't.
you can
She
speak for
didn't.
yourself on not
She
knowing what a
didn't.
zygote is. My
She
mom
didn't.
knows what a zygote is.
She didn't.
Yes, she did. What are you talking about?
It's
Why are you saying my mom doesn't know what a zygote is? What are you saying?
Why are you yelling? Calm down. Don't crash out.
I'm not yelling. I'm just saying that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, don't get excited. It's not that big a deal. It's a debate.
Excited. I'm just saying that doesn't make sense. Can you respond?
Bro, chill. No, you haven't. Are you grateful that when you were a zygote, someone decided not to abort you?
I'm so grateful, man.
There you go. So there you go.
I'm
so you have
grateful.
over.
I'm so grateful so that I can dunk on you in this debate. I'm so grateful.
Bro, stop the crash out. Chill.
I'm not crashing out. Are you saying that just to deflect away from what I'm saying?
No, man. Look, go ahead and get your medication. Take whatever you need to this evening before you go to bed.
I got you. I got my medication. He left. Yeah, we're medicated out here. We're totally medicated. Damn right. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, God. The conversations we have, chat. One more debate? I think I will for one more. I'll do one more. Quick debate. I can't do it for very long. I'll do one more quick debate. And I'm going to get off for today. For the 4.8 thousand people here on TikTok, hey, I'd really recommend to go over to the YouTube. I'm currently on my third account right now, or technically it's my second account. I'm on my second account right now. And, because I got banned on my main, but I got it back. So we're going to be back on my main tomorrow. I should be live probably 5 p.m. tomorrow as well. I go live for 4 hours every single day. So if you like this content, follow me here if you haven't already. Subscribe to me on YouTube. We're going to get one more person on here for tonight. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you like that stream, hit that thumbs up. It helps get it out to more people. Ellie, thank you so much for the $10. Alicia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the, Elisa, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Pan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Sydney with $1. Allison, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Caitlin with the $9. Thank you. As well as Angelfish, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Okay, that makes sense, Angel. That makes sense. Thank you. I just wasn't familiar on that. I don't know why he was so hyper-specific on that. I didn't even talk about that, I don't think. Oops, I hit the wrong button there. Let's get the last person up here for debates for tonight. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. I am 28 years old. 97.
You support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why so?
I wanted to ask you, why did you prefer Kamala? I'm sorry. I know you've said it 3 times.
You're good. I specifically prefer Kamala Harris to Donald Trump because it is the case that she, as it relates to Donald Trump, wouldn't have imposed such horrible and devastating economic policy, such as the tariffs that are negatively impacting inflation rates, jobs reports, unemployment, real GDP growth. I can mention plenty of things. It's also cutting the big beautiful bill, for example, is cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast, over 10 million people off their health insurance, 2.5 million people off of their access to food stamps on average per month, and adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. So his terrible economic policy, and then Kamala Harris had economic policy targeted towards benefiting people in need who are working class Americans. She would have kept all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for income earners under $400,000 a year. And for income over $400,000 a year, she would do a slight increase on taxes, and that would specifically help with the debt. And also, she would do the child tax credit, $6,000 for the first year of child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18. Which when implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan for 1 year through COVID emergency policy, reduced child poverty by 45%. We can also point to the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. We can also, which would help stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live. We can point to the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, the $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare. Those are some policies, for example.
Okay. So I would like to say, first of all, I do agree with the fact that I am very, very pro-life. That does have to do with the fact that I'm also religious. But on top of that, I would say that the big things that I supported Donald Trump for, and I still support, and I will say, I do think a lot of the time it is trying to vote for the lesser of two evils. But at the same time, I think that his economic plan with time could actually benefit the American people. I think that tariffs were, well, first of all, if we go back into history, think about taxation. This is something that we fought against and we left England for, the fact that we are overtaxed and struggling to survive every day.
Actually, it was taxation without representation.
Okay, well, thank you. That's great. All I'm saying is that I think that the tariffs with time would have the chance to actually benefit the American people. I think that this is how a lot of countries do this. I mean, think about the tariffs that we have been paying to different countries for the entirety of our nation, basically. This has been an ongoing thing where we are tariffed by other countries, but we are not tariffing other countries for them to sell. But I think the biggest reason for me would definitely be abortion and gun control. I think the biggest things that I'm concerned about is the freedom to say anything, freedom of speech, which we saw being attacked specifically with Charlie Kirk, which is a terrible and awful thing. I think we could both agree that that instance was awful, right? But also,
can I get in here at all?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Can I get in here at all? Or am I going to have a dialogue back and forth?
Yes, sir. Yes. I was just trying to show my point really quickly. The big things that I would say is that that I think that the freedom of speech is one of our biggest liberties as Americans, to be able to share our mixed opinions. This is something we're doing right now. We're able to debate with each other, and that's amazing. And I think that that is something that the Republican side has advocated for. Do I think they're actively doing a good job? No, I don't even agree, honestly, with Jimmy Kimmel being taken off the air. So I would love for you to respond, but those are just a few of the things that I think that are better off with the Trump administration: guns, speech, and the border. I think he's done an amazing job on the border.
Yeah, not only could you mention specifically Jimmy Kimmel in terms of free speech, but you can also mention the fact that he wanted to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which was determined by the Supreme Court to be protected by the First Amendment. So that's a very basis of free speech. Plus, he's called media organizations illegal, and he's also specifically cracked down on protests against him and dissent against his particular positions. We can show all that within the context of his administration. He took people like Mike Pence and he gutted them from the entire movement because he said that he put himself over the Constitution, right? Trump put himself over the Constitution. That's what Mike Pence said. And then, Trump cast him to side and got JD Vance, who was on his side and would have certified the false slates of electors, on January 6th. On January 6th.
Okay. I think that the big, oh, sorry, you can continue.
No, you're good. I mean, I only addressed free speech. I also wanted to address your points on tariffs and pro-life, but we can just address free speech for now, and I'll bring up tariffs and pro-life later.
Yeah, I mean that's okay. The free speech is a big one that I find very important. I think that I think overall the big things that I see in America in general is that either way, there is an attack on free speech. And I think it's the media itself that is just absolutely failing. We're not hearing both sides of news. We're hearing what people want to promote. I don't know how to make that better, really, honestly, besides gutting the whole thing and starting over. But I think another big one, a bigger one, honestly, to me would be abortion and gun laws and the ability to...
Gutting the whole what?
The whole media system. I think in general, I think we've gone so far down a rabbit trail.
So that you're just straight up advocating for state-run media?
No, sir. I'm saying that I think
private media system.
No. I'm saying the opposite of that. I'm saying the media that is controlled by different governments, that is controlled by, that is basically in the pockets of different people being paid to say certain things. I don't think we always hear the full story. So I'm saying I think it should be run the way it used to be, which is you go up, you follow a story and without bias. It shouldn't be a bias. It should be absolutely truth, just solely truth.
Okay, so you understand that every single person is going to have bias and that every single media organization is allowed to have their bias as a part of her free speech, right? So if you believe in free speech, you can't simultaneously say that you want to gut all of these different media organizations and call these different media organizations illegal just because you dislike what they're saying. You can dislike what they're saying. That's the point of their free speech, to be able to say that.
Right. No, I'm talking about news in relation to, like, so, okay, for instance, let's just say this specific news article. I've seen lots of news articles that say, oh, hundreds of people are going to support Charlie Kirk in vigils. Well, like specifically this said hundreds of people have gone to support the prayer vigil for Charlie Kirk.
Let me explain to you what free speech is. Free speech is the government specifically restricts someone from engaging in a particular type of speech, right? Whether that be symbolic, we can go through the different types of speech and whatnot, but from engaging in a particular type of speech, that's what freedom of speech is. That had nothing to do with the government. I don't know why you keep bringing up Charlie Kirk. That has nothing to do with the government. I don't know why that's relevant. Can you give me any instance from the left that is attacking free speech?
I think that free speech was really not even my main point. I was saying there are things on both sides that free speech needs to be improved. I think on both sides, the point is, yes, anybody should be able to say anything. I completely agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is it seems like certain things are biased, and then, which I understand bias is also part of freedom of speech, but we're hearing things that are absolutely incorrect, and then they're being pushed out as absolute truth. So I think that there needs to be the option to hear all sides, which I think we're both saying, but we're saying it in different ways, that yes, all sides should be listened to. But besides that, the gun laws is a huge thing for me. The ability, I don't think that taking away that's what fascist countries have done, is they take away your ability to speak
Donald Trump
and
wanted
protect
to take
yourself.
away people's due process rights, specifically in terms of gun access in certain circumstances. He said that he would do due process second after taking the guns first in his first term. That's what he said himself.
I never have heard that. I would need to see proof of that, but that's okay. I just think that.
Play him saying that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you want me to play him saying it?
Yeah, that's okay. You can go ahead. I think that most of the time, Kamala was very active in saying she wanted to restrict guns. She wanted to restrict the ability to have people carry certain.
She didn't even say that, but listen.
If an individual is reported to be not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system. Because a lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms.
Is he talking about someone who
To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
This seems like a very specific situation, though. You're playing this on an all-encompassing.
Wait, isn't that a violation of the Second Amendment?
Is he talking about a criminal who did something and is now in due process for like getting? Are you saying that this? I don't understand what the position of this is. Is this somebody who is a criminal who used a gun in a criminal case? Like what? Like that? You have to have context.
So you understand that that's a violation of your Second Amendment, though, right?
If I walked up,
what is this? What is the Second Amendment?
The right to bear arms.
Yes,
but if you're a criminal who is murdering someone, then yes, you should not be able to have a gun. That is the difference. I'm not saying that you don't have the right, that because obviously a person that is a prisoner would be in prison.
If you infringe upon that without due process, you understand that that would also be like, again, a violation of the Second Amendment from that perspective. We can also point to a violation of the Second Amendment through his bump stock ban that was considered unconstitutional. We can also check in terms of the other aspects in terms of his perspective that you might consider against the Second Amendment to a certain extent. What is the big deal of it being against the Second Amendment to a certain extent?
It's not that. It's about putting laws in place. It's putting laws in place where you are literally unable to get a certain type of firearm or to keep a firearm. The fact of the matter is, the more laws that we make, the better things. The things are not going to get better just because we add more laws. Sometimes it's being able to defend your own family, your own house. And I think that the thing on the left is that they really look up to the government in some certain ways. Like they think that the government is enabled to just completely take over and do something as awful as what Nazi Germany did. And I think that you can learn from history that if we take away guns, that's not going to make things better. I think in this instance, you're talking about a criminal case that happened. And I think that a criminal who is actively shooting someone,
So
yes, they should not.
In that circumstance, they're not actively shooting someone. It's a red flag law. It's about like this could happen.
Okay, so what I'm saying is I would need context for the specific case. I don't understand what this.
So, like, for example, if they were a violent sex offender, would you be okay with getting rid of their access to guns?
I think that there should be reform. I do not think that their guns should ever be taken away. There is a difference between, okay, should a sex offender?
So violent sex offenders should be able to get legal access to guns.
No, I am saying absolutely not to that. I'm saying I don't think that anyone who has, I think that the problem is who are we giving them to, not should we have them in the first place.
Okay, so you are saying it's okay to violate the Second Amendment.
No, I'm saying that there can be.
What is the Second Amendment? That's the right to bear arms. You're violating their right to bear arms, right?
No, if you're a criminal, you do not get rights anymore.
If someone's a violent, so if it's in the context of a civil case, if someone's a violent sex offender in the context of a civil case, they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, should they be allowed to get access to a gun?
I don't think so. No, but I think that's again a criminal case.
Wait, so is that a civil case? Is that a violation of their Second Amendment?
Okay, but if you're a sex offender, you're a criminal. If you're a rapist, you're a criminal, right?
So Donald Trump, yeah, a criminal. Right? So criminals shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but they should be allowed to become president and get access to the nuclear codes.
Okay, yeah, but I will say that was actually a very, very shady case that people do not believe was correct. And even the woman who came up was giving all sorts of. I don't actually know her name because
I didn't even know her name, and you think the case is fake. E. Jean Carroll was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump, and Donald Trump was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. And are all the 26 women who said that Donald Trump engaged in sexual misconduct just lying? Are they lying?
I'm not saying they're lying, and I don't.
Do you believe any of them are telling the truth?
Listen. I think you're going to. I do not agree that at all. That if Trump has done any of those things, I do. I think that it's absolutely wrong.
Can you answer my question?
And
do you believe any of them are telling the truth?
I don't know. I have not. I have honestly, truthfully. I did not even listen to
different women. If 26 different women came out against specifically someone that you knew, would you stay friends with them?
No, not at all. But I also did say at the beginning of this debate.
Wait, by the way, but it's enough reason for you to not stay friends with them, but it's not enough reason for you to not support them for president?
I do not believe that case was done and did actual due diligence. I do not know all of the details of it. I would have to actually research it, and I could come back and debate you on it, and I'd love to do that due diligence. I am very new to debating, so I am a little nervous and stuttery, and so I do apologize. I'm trying to be as clear and concise as possible, but I will say I absolutely will never say that rape or anything of the sort is okay. I said I think Trump was the better of the two evils.
Yeah, but if any of the victims are telling the truth, well, then why do you support a guy that has done that?
I do not support his past at all. I think that this is a very big blunder of the fact that you're basically pushing one thing that he's done.
No, but you're willing to overlook it. You're still going to vote for him. You're willing to overlook that.
Well, if the choice, okay, if we want to go into pulling emotions, if the choice is Nazi Germany or somebody who possibly did something which has not been proven, then I would choose not Nazi Germany for the sake of my children.
Is Kamala Harris Nazi Germany?
Well, she's just not the greatest, and I think you can fall into quickly something like that when government is taking control.
Someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse, right? And has 26 people that specifically indicated that they've engaged in sexual misconduct against them specifically, right? 26
yes, but I'm saying
people,
that I can't.
Right? Would you say that you would support them over Kamala Harris?
Yes, because I think Kamala Harris was trying to push agendas, push out laws that would take more control away from the people and put control into the government. And with the government, we already saw with Biden how terribly America
what policies? Name what policies are going to be more authoritarian with Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump. I'd love to hear this.
The funny thing is, Kamala didn't even have any policies. She was running around trying to make it up as she went.
So she's more authoritarian, but she had no policy? What?
No, I'm not saying that. That's very funny. But
that's what you just said. You just said that she's more authoritarian, but she has no policy.
No, I'm saying that she actually wasn't even voted in for the Democratic presidential, like no one even voted
Yes, she
her
was.
in because
we voted the Biden-Harris ticket. So if the president steps down from that ticket, the vice president steps up on that ticket. That's precedence in terms of how vice presidents and presidents work. Do you know how that operates?
Yes, I do. I'm saying that usually what would happen if the president wasn't able to, people would be allowed to then vote who they would like to elect as the next president on the Democratic Party. That is normally what happens. You get to make a choice. They chose for the president last year. They did not choose for the current.
No.
I understand what you're saying.
They did. They chose the Biden-Harris ticket, meaning if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's the precedence for how vice presidents and presidents work.
Okay,
That's the
so
best set of
what
precedents
policies
that the DNC could have followed through with. And 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. Now, that all takes away from the fact that you said that Kamala Harris is more authoritarian but doesn't have any policies. Not only could I mention policies that she does have, but they are nowhere near as authoritarian as what you see specifically with Donald Trump.
Do you not see any benefit of anything that Donald Trump has done in America? Like, you can't see anything that he's done and be like, oh, wow, that was something that was really good.
Everything that you could mention that's specifically up to some point that you agree with Trump on is going to be even better with Democrats on. If you mention anything, like for example, the child tax credit increase from $1,000 to $2,000, right? That would be even more through the context of the Harris administration, right? The specific Operation Warp Speed, that would have also been supported by Democrats. Like there's nothing you can point to that Donald Trump specifically did that you'd agree with up to a certain extent. Because yeah, he agrees to like Social Security up to a certain extent. I agree with him that Social Security should exist to a certain extent. Now that doesn't mean that we agree on like all of these different policies. That's just specifically one thing. Like, of course I could find some agreement with Trump. Obviously the point that's true is that he's significantly worse. Yeah. Right? And everything that you could mention, like name one thing specifically that Kamala Harris is like more authoritarian on.
Yeah, I would just say that I think the big things that I was concerned with all Democratic parties in general is that I truly don't have like statistics to just chuck at you because I came on here just to like debate very specific things that I was saying.
I didn't ask for a statistic. You said that Kamala Harris was more authoritarian in her policies, and I'm asking you what specific policies, or can you tell me anything about what she supported that was more authoritarian?
She would like to take control of gun laws. That was a big thing that they were taking control of gun laws, and that is something that I.
What policy did she support on gun laws?
I mean, like, honestly, I looked at her policy. Like, this is what I'm trying to say is I don't think that she had much of a plan anyway. And what she was basically exactly what Biden was doing. And America was falling apart under Biden.
So what did Biden do? What did Biden? Wait, hold up. We can talk about that in a second. What did Biden do specifically to restrict her gun access?
Biden didn't do much of anything because he was basically
so if you can't differ her policy,
presidency.
Okay, so if you can't differ her policy from Biden's policy, and neither of them were advocating to take away your guns, right, in the way that you could specifically mention, then again, can you tell me what
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like you're referencing anything in specific. You're just saying this general idea of, oh, they're coming after your guns, which she's a gun owner herself. She's not coming after all of your guns. This idea that she's coming after guns is ridiculous. And sorry, if you care about freedoms, then you would care about Donald Trump undermining your freedoms in terms of the First Amendment, like I recognized earlier, in terms of due process rights in this country, as it ingrained particularly in the 14th Amendment. Right?
Yeah.
Those are authoritarian tendencies. Like, could you tell me what you think authoritarianism is?
Well, yes, I think that it's taking control of media, like you said, taking control of liberty of speech, the ability to speak freely, the ability to bear arms. These are things that are in the amendment. They're literally there for a reason, that we protect our...
So if someone called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you support them?
No, I don't think so. I think that certain rules are good, but I think what happens when a government is overinflated, when it is taking over too much of...
Hold up.
Yes.
Donald Trump did call for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Did you know that? I can show you the tweet. He said it himself.
I will say you're a very good debater. I'm actually trying to get into this world of debating in public, and I'm realizing you need to have quite a few just facts to spew out, which I feel like I do have. I am just not, I don't have them obviously readily available with me. But this has been very educational. I do agree that I think that Trump is not doing everything he said he was going to do. And I think people on the right are frustrated about that. I think there are certain things that we were kind of promised and that didn't happen. I do think he's doing great with Border Patrol, specifically with getting our country back into some form of control, which it was absolutely out of control under Biden. I think everybody can admit that. I think also that there is something to be said about the left side and how it deals with something
can I
going
address
wrong.
the border, actually? So actually the border, like what was bad about the border under the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, the absolute millions of criminals and just every single person coming across the border possible. Every other country in the world has
Like,
border
for example,
control laws.
That's just like not true. Like undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. So this idea that like immigration is bringing crime to the country is actually just not true. There's no good evidence of that. And law enforcement would have a better time dealing with people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes if they weren't focusing on deporting people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes and who are simply just working in their communities to make it a better place.
I don't think that is true. I think that there were hundreds of thousands of I don't know about the exact numbers, but I know there were thousands of
You said millions of criminals. You had no evidence of that. What's your source?
No, there are criminals that have come across the border, not just, I mean, I'm talking about like legitimately.
Yeah, they're in the Oval Office.
Funny. No, I think that
or they were
there have
pardoned
been
by the
terrorists.
president after beating a police officer on January 6th.
There have been terrorists that have come across the border. There have been drug dealers. There have been cartel. There have been all sorts of criminals that have come across
brought
the
over
border.
here by the Trump administration.
No, no. But I will say this. Okay, listen.
I couldn't think of any circumstance where Donald Trump has literally brought traffickers to this country. It's not like there's someone who's a very well-known individual that he specifically brought into the country that is a well-known literal fucking trafficker.
Is there absolute proof of that? I'm asking. I'm sincere. Let's not.
He admitted himself. Like Andrew Tate admits it himself.
I would like to say this. I think that the border has been out of control. Every other country in the entire world has a border policy that allows legal immigration and does not allow illegal immigration. To say that illegal immigrants should just be able to come across the border and then get onto welfare and take jobs from Americans is absolutely wrong. When people are doing it the right way, they're working hard, they're taking their time and all of this energy to go the right way, and then people are just crossing illegally, going against the law. It is.
So you think violating the law is a big deal? What about Donald Trump saying that he wants to violate people's due process rights and deporting them because it would take too long to go through the court process to deport everyone?
I think that the fact is they illegally came over here, so they need to get out of here. That is the point. So yes, I do agree with that.
So you're saying it's justified to violate the law if it is the case that it would take too long and it would cost too much.
This is the thing.
So
You're
that
trying
sounds
to
like
make these
undocumented
blankets.
immigrants would have a justification in coming to the country because it costs too much to get into the country through the legal process and it takes too long to go through the legal process. So the same reason that you just said was justified, particularly for Donald Trump to violate people's due process rights, would be the exact same justification you could use to say that people would be justified in coming to the country.
No, I think that the fact of the matter is that every single case needs to be looked at case by case. You can't just put a blanket statement on everything and say because this one thing happened, that means that these things are justified. I don't think that's
what
how
you
it
just
works.
did. I just used your reasoning to show you that you don't accept it yourself, right? So Donald Trump is not justified in violating people's due process rights who come into the country undocumented. Because everyone in the jurisdiction of the country as granted by the 14th Amendment are granted due process rights.
When there have been millions of people that have crossed the border illegally, how do you expect there to be any type at this point, this is like
I got you on this.
survival.
Every single person who's come to the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship, and that would make the country better. I think there should be more people allowed to come to the country legally because we need immigration. Immigration is a superpower of America. Our population will be declining. By 2050, the CBO reports that our population will be starting to decline because of the fact that we're below replacement rates. So the real reality is that if we want continually to have an increase in population, the real way to do it is to have increase in immigration. Immigration benefits our society, and immigrants will be increasing tax revenues, right, for our society to be able to pay for things like Social Security and Medicare, because it is the case that otherwise it's going to go insolvent and we're not going to be able to continue the same levels of benefits that we currently have right now.
Okay, I do agree that legal immigration is absolutely vital to our country. I think it is 100% important. But what I'm saying is when it has been so oversaturated, our country is so oversaturated with so many illegal immigrants, which, by the way, being an illegal immigrant right in itself
is a saturated?
crime.
What do you mean by, and by the way, it's not a crime that I care about if they haven't committed any prior violent crime or bad crime, insofar as that they should be deported.
But there is a crime called illegally going over the border. That is a crime.
Yeah, but it's not like one I care about so much that I think that they should like be like
deported back to their own country.
Yeah, like I don't think they should be deported if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. Like if someone if someone jaywalks, right? Do you think that just because it's a crime, it should be enforced in all circumstances, regardless of the level of safety that it impacts?
How does every other country in the entire world have an absolutely closed border? If you're in France for more than the allotted time.
Wait. Why do all the countries around the world have universal healthcare systems, and we don't have one here? Okay, you want to play that?
Because that's also not beneficial.
Now what other countries have around the world is not beneficial, right?
I feel like you use a lot of blanket statements to try, like I said.
I'm sorry, I use your own arguments against you. You don't like that I use your own arguments against you.
No,
so
I'm saying
maybe the critique that you just had about what I did is actually a critique to the argument you just provided, by the way. Because it was literally just me running your own argument on you. That's my favorite thing to do.
Nice. All right. Well, very good to know. The last thing that I will say is the biggest reason, of course, is abortions. I do think I am actually probably the most extreme on this. I don't think there is any justification for any abortion. I think that so a
10-year-old child is sexually assaulted. Should she be forced to go through the context of a pregnancy?
I think that I agree again with what Charlie Kirk said on this one.
Ew. You think a 10-year-old child should be forced to go through the fucking context of a pregnancy? That's disgusting.
I don't think that.
That's actually disgusting. A 10-year-old girl.
Listen. I was actually
at the threat of their life, by the way, too.
I want to say something to you. I was assaulted as a child.
I'm really sorry. I'm incredibly sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry.
It is awful.
To hear that.
But I want to say this. Two wrongs do not make a right. This girl had something terrible happen against her, but it doesn't then justify her murdering a child. And I don't care what you say.
When it's not a child, it's literally an embryo.
It is a child.
It's non-sentient. Secondly, it's literally a child who got assaulted. They have no causal obligation. They didn't cause any of the set of circumstances to occur. Therefore, they have no obligation in maintaining the pregnancy. So through the gentlest means necessary, they can end the pregnancy. This is the gentlest means necessary. That's how they're going to end the pregnancy, and they should be able to do that because that is they are not morally obligated to take care of it. They're a child.
It does not justify. It does not justify murder ever. In any evil does not justify another evil.
I'm sorry. It's not murder. It's actually not murder.
It is murder. It is a life. Life is something that it has the ability to grow. It is like literally in its basic form. If you want to say that life on Mars happens, then a uterus, a sperm and an egg coming together, that is life. From conception, it is life. It's in the beginning in the Bible, it says, you knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you for I am beautifully and wonderfully made. From the beginning of that moment, the sperm hits the egg.
I have a question.
It comes together and it creates a soul. The bigger purpose of this
so you think
is
a soul starts at conception? That's interesting.
Yes,
okay,
I do.
So can I ask you this question? Do you think that it should be illegal to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I actually have been doing some more research into that as well because I don't know that there's a few doctors, and again, I haven't done too much research on this, but there are a few doctors that say that brain death actually isn't like a thing. And if you give a person enough time and you continue.
What doctors are saying brain death isn't a thing? That's ridiculous.
I don't know.
What are you talking? What doctors are saying that? Please let me know. I'd love to hear who these doctors are, where are they located, where do they get their education from? I would love to hear this. What doctors are indicating brain death doesn't exist?
He was actually a Harvard. He was a Harvard doctor, actually. He said that he had worked with lots of people that had been told that they were brain dead, and they kept them on oxygen. And with time and healing of the brain, it was able to actually come back, and they were able to have.
So there was a misdiagnosis. So there was a misdiagnosis. So that would be a misdiagnosis, right? Misdiagnosis can occur, but that doesn't mean in all situations of brain death that it is the case that which those wouldn't be brain death. In situations of brain death, that it's not the medical death. At least most doctors indicate that brain death is medical death. And again, here's my question. Then do you think it's murder for a family member to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
Well, no, because if you are actually...
No, but they're living. They're cellularly alive. You're allowing them to get murdered under your view?
Okay, calm down. Let me say something. Brain death means that you are dead. The implication here that we will never agree on is to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. So that means that if you are dead, even in the brain, and again, I was bringing up a funny doctor who said something. It was a kind of anyway, but if you are not alive in your brain anymore, that means you are not alive because your soul has left your body. But from conception, you have a soul, which means that you are a life. I will say this: my cousin was told by my aunt that from off the bat.
Can I just have an answer to my specific question? I just want to answer. Is it murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Absolutely not, because they're dead in the brain.
Okay.
Period.
Okay.
They are staying alive.
So brain
on
death
tubes.
is a thing. So brain death is a thing.
Yes, I was making a joke about this one Harvard doctor. Okay, just chill. I was saying that yes, it is when you are dead. When your brain is dead, you are dead because your soul, who you are as a human, your soul is who you are, your spiritual self, that is gone. You are already in heaven at that point. What's keeping you alive is machines. So that's the difference. There is no machine keeping this baby alive.
Wait, I'm sorry.
It is
I'm sorry. There are people who are sentient where they rely on machines. My dad almost died due to myocarditis due to COVID, and he literally relied on machines in order to save his life, and he's still staying on those machines. And
but he was alive in his brain. Yes. So his soul was still there.
So then, it's not that you rely on medical services. So the point that I want to make is that in terms of having sentience, right? That's what we consider to be the valuable aspect of people, okay? And the idea that you're saying that a 10-year-old girl should be forced to go through a pregnancy because a non-sentient embryo, something that has never had an experience. Let me please finish. Something that's never had an experience, and that if there was an abortion, there would never be an experience ever. And it is the case that you're saying that a 10-year-old child should be forced to go through the context of a pregnancy because of something that is not sentient. Something that will never have an experience.
What is the percent of this random instance? What has there been any studies this has actually happened? We're talking about the majority of abortions.
Yes. Wait. There was a 10-year-old girl in Ohio, but not just one. I can give you different examples across the entire U.S. These are just
even if we want to talk about.
These are just in states affected by the different changes in the abortion laws. Okay,
I want to say
those
this.
are just in the ones specifically.
If abortion.
Wait, and I'm sorry. There's even cases where kids, God forbid, such as young as literally 5 years old, right? I'm serious. Okay.
Because I'm saying that is absolutely evil, and what happened to those kids?
They should be forced to go through pregnancies.
Okay. Let's even backtrack from this for a second, and let me go to this. Ready? Let me say this. In general, that is not the majority of what is happening with abortions. In that case.
Okay, in that case,
if you want to say in that case, that is awful. A child got raped. That is one of the worst things you can absolutely imagine in the entire world. But that is the 1%. And even if you say the percent is rape, and
I'm sorry. In this one specific circumstance, do you think that child should be forced to go through the pregnancy?
No. So what I'm saying to you.
So then under your view, you think that they should be able to quote unquote murder it?
No, I don't. I think you're fixating on this one point, but what I'm trying to say is the bigger problem with abortion is that the majority of abortions are people basically using it as birth control. They are going in there. It is not rape. It is not these random.
No, can you please address this circumstance and then we'll talk about that. And I think I can give you a reductio on that too. But in this circumstance, this is ridiculous. We're talking about a 5-year-old. Should they be allowed to get access to an abortion? And you're saying, yes, that would indicate under your view, you think that they should be legally allowed to engage in murder. So then why wouldn't you apply that to the 10-year-old? What about the 10-year-old and the 5-year-old is different insofar as that in one scenario, they should be able to get access to legal abortion, but not in the other? They're both children.
I don't think that
they should be able to get it in both circumstances.
I don't think that rape justifies murder.
Wait, so then why should the 5-year-old be able to get access to it?
I honestly don't think that that's the case. I don't think that, I don't know where a 5-year-old had a menstrual cycle. I've never heard of an instance where a 5-year-old has a menstrual cycle.
But you said that you changed. But you changed your mind though. You said that, which there is a case. I'm telling you, there is a case.
You're making a statement right now that is like, if you agree with this, you're absolutely psychotic and evil.
This is absurd. You saying that a 10-year-old girl should be forced to go through the context of a pregnancy is insane. That is an insane take. And I'm showing you how far I can take this. I'm showing you how far I can take this. Because it is the case that if you specifically hold that view, well, then you are necessarily going to entail that you hold this view.
I think does not approve another evil. I think that if you explain
so then do you think the 5-year-old should be able to get legal access to abortion?
What 5-year-old has ovaries and has a uterus that is functioning?
I'm sorry. I can give you the case, but there's a case. I'm pretty sure it's in Peru, right? And I need you to.
So there is a one individual case. There's one individual case. That one individual case
I'm talking
can make a decision.
In this case, yes.
Yes.
In this case.
That one individual.
I'm asking you in this case, what do you think?
Can I finish?
I'm asking you in this case, what do you think they should be able to get access to?
I think in that one individual case, that individual case should be looked at and decided amongst the family and the government what they think is correct. I don't think we make law based on one individual case. I think we make law based on the majority, and the majority, the millions that are being killed every year, is mothers who are going in there basically to just
I don't know why you keep
go
changing
in
it. You're
and
just
get rid
like
of a
pivoting.
pregnancy.
You're not addressing what I'm saying.
I'm saying that is an evil circumstance. Yeah, that is an evil one
and
specific
in that circumstance, should they be able to get access to the abortion?
I guess so. I don't know. Because if I say no, then I'm psycho, right?
Yes, literally. So then why not the 10-year-old? Why should the 10-year-old not be able to get access to it?
Why does it make it okay that this girl had a terrible experience?
What is the relevant difference?
Are you going to justify murder?
No, hold up, please.
You're going to justify murder.
Actually, ask yourself that question, because you said it should be allowed in the context of the 5-year-old, but not in the context of the 10-year-old. And I think that they're both children, and they both should be able to get legal access to it. But you're saying it's murder. I don't think it's murder in either case.
Okay, I think it's murder in all cases because it's getting rid of a life.
Are you saying that there should be legal? Is your argument that there should be legal access to murder? That's literally your same argument, right?
No. But do you get my point? Do you understand my point?
No, I don't.
You don't understand the point that the majority percent.
Don't even. This is the crazy. Don't even act like this is a reasonable position. This is not a reasonable position, and I showed you how it's not reasonable. It is not reasonable to say that a 10-year-old should not be able to get access to an abortion. That is not a reasonable position. That is an absurd position, and I've shown you how it's absurd.
Can I finish my sentence? What I am saying is each individual case-by-case situation that is maybe the one in a billion people that live on this earth, maybe those instances can be, it's just like when you say like, oh, if it's in the risk of the mother, if it's at the risk of the mother, then that already is allowed. It already is legal for at the risk of the mother that the baby is able to be aborted. That is basically choosing a life for life. And honestly, in my opinion, if that were to happen to me, if I had to make a choice at that point that, hey, you choose you or the baby, I'd choose the baby.
Okay,
that's my choice.
Do you think everyone else should be legally mandated to do that?
No, but that's not the case. If it is at the risk of the mother, it is legal. It is absolutely 100% legal if it is at the risk of the mother. So, and
you understand that in plenty of states, the abortion laws are so vague that it is hard specifically to ensure that from a doctor's perspective, right, whether or not they would be able to get access to it or whether or not they'd be able to provide it. And that's why it's led to people dying in this country. Okay, due to the overturning of Roe versus Wade, people have died in this country because of it.
I think that's absolutely like every single state that you live in, probably 2 states down, maybe has a weaker version of that. Why wouldn't you just travel at that point? That's a crazy assumption to say. But all I'm saying is I don't think that abortion.
I'm sorry. That still can lead to people dying because they can't have that access to transportation that quickly. There are plenty of circumstances that limit their access of doing that, especially in situations of medical need to get access to an abortion.
All I'm saying, and I would really love to just finish this statement, I think that most of the time, the majority of abortions are not what you are saying. You are saying these random cases, and I would want to say in the the stance of the 5-year-old, that probably would not be healthy for a 5-year-old. So in that instance, yes, it would make sense to medically,
Do you think it'd be
because
healthy
the
for a
child
10-year-old?
a child cannot even withstand. When I was 10, because of being assaulted, I had a period, because you start a period earlier. If something happened in that case where I had a baby, my mother would have sat me down and basically explained to me, Madison, there is a baby now inside of you because of this awful thing that happened. So instead of ending this baby's life, we're going to give it a chance to then have a life and to give it a beautiful life and to raise it and teach it all of the things that you want it to learn. And we're going to make something beautiful out of something absolutely evil. And that does not justify the evil that happened to you. But
I don't think you can provide the distinction between the cases. If it was the case that it was medically possible for the 5-year-old.
Because a 5-year-old is a baby at that point. A 5-year-old is a baby.
So is a 10-year-old. Now, if you want to talk about the case, again, if it were the case that it was medically viable, I don't think you would say specifically that they should be forced to go through that pregnancy. So I'm just trying to demonstrate to you that you believe in something called causal obligation. That if it is the case that they were not involved in at least causing the set of conditions that led to that state of dependency, there would be no reason for them to have an obligation to maintain it. Right? That is the best set of reasoning that you can provide to this setting, so that you can say that you shouldn't hold that position. It's something called causal obligation, at least to some extent, right?
And that's absolutely fine. If you want to go, if we're going in that instance, very specific situations that can be looked at case by case, absolutely 100%.
I think any great victim.
Yes, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, other than that instance, what is the majority? Back to the point, what is the majority of abortions? It is women who are just trying to get rid of babies. They want to have sex and then they don't want to deal with the consequences of it.
And for example, I'll ask you this question: If my girlfriend got pregnant due to us engaging in intercourse, do you think that if I paid for her abortion, I should go to prison?
No, I don't think you should go to prison. I don't think it should be allowed. I don't think it should be allowed in the first place.
Wait, why not? Under your view, I paid for murder. If I hired a hitman, under your view, if I hire a hitman, should I go to prison?
I think that the world has been very confused about abortion, and I think this has become such a diluted topic where, I think
hold up, stop. Are you saying if I hire a hitman, I shouldn't go to prison?
No, I think you should totally go to prison.
If I pay for my girlfriend's abortion, I should go to prison?
Sure, I guess so.
Okay, so if we could prove that Donald Trump specifically did in his life pay for an abortion, do you think he should go to prison?
Okay. All I'm saying, this is really fun. All I'm saying to you is that the majority of abortions should be illegal. That means that you should not be able to do it.
Just not when Donald Trump pays for them, right?
No, I don't think any abortion is right at all.
Again, I said if specifically Donald Trump, paid for an abortion, should he go to prison?
Do you know that you can be a president from prison?
Are you advocating for Trump to be president from prison? Is that seriously what you're advocating for?
No, I'm not.
You know that Jeffrey Dahmer could have been president. That's not a means that to say that they should have been president. What are you arguing?
Do you think
people in prison should be president?
I was making light of it. It was just I was trying to lighten the mood again. But no, I don't think that's something. I don't think that you should go to prison for it. I think it should become illegal. So I don't think that you have access to it readily, where people are making the decision to go and abort a child because you had sex. I don't think that is at all. The majority of the time, this is being used as birth control. The majority of the time. So all I'm saying is it should be illegal. Make it harder for it to happen so that it's not the majority of the time. We're getting rid of the next generation. I mean, think about this. The next generation of people that
So to clarify, I should go to prison in that context. And if Trump were to do it as well, he should also go to prison.
I guess so.
Okay.
I guess so.
And you would think he's a murderer, right?
I think that I think that the person, the thing is though, the woman is consenting. The woman is consenting to get it done.
Hold up this. If I had a zygote in a petri dish, and I slap that zygote and I kill it for TikTok and YouTube content for the 8,000 people in the stream, right? Should I be sent to prison?
I think you should be mentally evaluated. That's a little bit odd to be doing something like that.
No, it's not.
Maybe you need.
It's for fun. It's for fun.
Squishing a human is for fun?
A single cell organism? I slap the shit out of it for fun. Kill that shit.
That's all. I wouldn't joke about that. All I would like to say.
Well, what do you mean? I wouldn't joke. It's a single cell organism.
It is a life. Because the difference here. Wait, can I just say this? I know. Listen.
Do you actually think that would be murder?
Yeah, I do. I think that. Listen.
You think I should go to prison if I do that? I should go to prison if I slap the zygote.
I think you need mental help if you just were to.
No. Should I go to prison though? Should I go to prison?
I think, well, if you want to get into that, I think that we also need mental institutions back because I think that there are a lot of people who
Can you answer the question? Do you think I should go to prison?
No, I think you should go to a mental institution.
What? I'm confused why that would specifically be applicable. That's interesting.
Because that's truly.
So what? What are you even saying? Okay, so that's still crazy. By the way, it's a fucking single cell organism. Like
it's
that's actually
life.
nuts.
So can I tell you something?
No, one last question. If you're in a burning building and you could either save 2 zygotes in a petri dish, right, or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save? It's either the 2 zygotes or the 1 newborn baby.
This is the trolley. This is like the trolley.
Yep.
I don't know. I guess I try to save them all.
No, I'm asking. You can either only save the 2 zygotes or the 1 newborn baby.
Obviously, the baby. You're asking a leading question here.
So you would save? You would save 1 life over 2?
Yep.
And we're just talking about typical lives, right?
It is okay. Actually, no. Let's get back to this for a second. It's not life because it's in a dish. It actually needs to be required to be inside of a womb. It needs to be inside of a womb.
What? So it needs implants. So what about implantation?
These dishes are not happening.
Let's run down this. So by the way, so I shouldn't go to prison for slapping the zygote.
No, I said you should probably be instituted for a little bit for some mental health issues.
It's not even a person under view. It's not life.
Okay, listen.
It's not life. Why should I go to prison? It's not life. I slapped the shit out of it. It's not life.
What does life require? What does life require?
You ask yourself that question. I believe life begins at conception, but you don't. You believe life begins at implantation, apparently. So we're going to talk about that in a second. But can you please address that? Is it wrong? Is it murder for me to slap the zygote? It seems like you've changed your position, and now it's not murder for me to slap the zygote, and I'm redeemed.
No, I don't think so. But this is very funny.
Wait, so then life begins at conception, right?
Can I just talk about one thing like that is different in us and that we will never agree on? You don't believe in a soul. So you don't believe that when a sperm and an egg come together and they make a human soul inside of a womb, that is a soul that is going to spend eternity somewhere, right? That is important. It is made by God in the image of God. So you don't believe that. And so in that case, you're saying, well, this is just it's literally a single-celled organism, but it has a soul and it has the right.
Wait, at conception or at implantation? You said that happens at implantation. So which one is it? When does God put the soul into it? Implantation or conception?
Dude, we're talking about laws. You're not gonna laws are made to basically control.
No, you said God puts a soul into it. So I'm asking, at what point does that happen? At conception or implantation?
Conception.
Okay, so then it would be murder. Okay, so then would you rather save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby? You said you'd rather save the 1 newborn baby. Okay, if you'd rather save the 1 newborn baby, then that means that you'd rather save 1 life over 2 life in typical lives, by the way.
Are the 2 zygotes inside of a mom that could ever even become a baby? No, so it's not a baby. That's the difference.
So
they're not inside of a womb. They're not inside of a womb.
I got you with the hypothetical. I got you with the hypothetical. God has given you divine knowledge and understanding that these will be zygotes. These zygotes, they'll be people in the future. Okay?
Yep.
So would you rather save the 1 newborn baby or the 2 zygotes? Given that you know they will be babies in the future.
This is the stupidest argument that you're making because it is literally, first of all, not happening, but second of all, it's not how we base laws.
Hypothetical is not happening. That's every hypothetical ever. I'm sorry. Do you know what hypotheticals are?
Yes, I do, but I'm saying that we're not making laws on hypotheticals. We're making laws on the majority of what's happening.
We use hypotheticals to know whether or not a law would have disastrous effects. That's called critical thinking.
Right, I do understand what critical thinking is. What I'm saying is that it does not justify the thousands and millions of babies that have been murdered inside of a mother's womb, not on a petri dish, inside of a mother's womb.
I'm sorry. We can talk about that in a second. We can get further. We're just starting.
I don't want
to.
I want to get to that because I don't think you have a justified.
You don't want to debate abortion with me then?
No, I do. I want to debate the abortion that actually counts, not these hypotheticals we're talking about.
What do you mean
about
abortion that
actual
actually
things.
counts? What the fuck does that mean? What?
Abortion that's actually happening. Abortion that is actually actively happening in America. Millions of babies are being killed
I
because
slapped a
moms are
zygote. I
spreading their
actually
legs.
did. You know, there's a
Women are
VOD. I'm serious. There's a VOD of me slapping a zygote. I'm serious. I've done it on stream before. Do you think I'm a murderer?
Yeah, sure.
Then why are you talking to me? Why are you being friendly with a murderer?
Because first of all, God forgives all sins, and there is the ability to repent.
Well,
and
I have not repented. So I don't believe in
I think
God.
that you're a very great debater. I would love
I'm a murderer too. I'm a murderer.
I would love to.
I'm apparently a murderer too, because I've slapped a zygote on stream, right? I'm a murderer.
Okay, well, I would love to debate you again. I would like to get some more information and be able to back it up. This is my very first debate. I have a lot of anxiety with debating, but I do really enjoy it, and I do want to learn more and how to have an effective debate. And you're very good at it.
I hope you watch back this conversation. I think it's really important. I didn't actually slap a zygote on the stream. That was for comedic effect. Because if that were true, you would think I was a murderer. That'd be pretty absurd. And honestly, that's I'm not gonna lie. I probably would do that for rage bait. I'm not trolling. That actually sounds like a decent idea for a stream. Slapping a zygote.
Yeah, I could pray for you about that one.
That was rage bait. Okay, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thank you for talking with me.
Thank you. Perfect rage bait, Chad. Perfect rage bait. Oh my gosh. Okay, all right, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'm gonna get off for tonight. I stayed on way longer than I expected. Way longer than I expected. I'm gonna say thank you quickly to some people. I'd really appreciate if everyone goes and checks out my YouTube. Go check out my YouTube. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you. I'd also actually like the short today on my YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. Maybe if everyone went there and liked it, that would help push out the short. But Alex, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Kelly, thank you so much for the $10. Sarah with the $10. Thank you. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Ryan with the £10. Thank you. Rodney with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $2. Robert J. Roberts, thank you for the $5. Aaliyah, thank you for the $5. Leon, thank you for the $10. Romy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Leon, thank you so much for the $10. Aaliyah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Ryan with the $2. Jazz with the 10. Pidget, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Ryan with the $2. Thank you so much. Scott, thank you for the $5. Gabriel with $1. I appreciate it. Angel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. By the way, if I missed anyone's, I'm so sorry. I was definitely a bit behind. I'm definitely a bit behind. I do have a few people to say thank you to. Hannah, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Hannah. I'm so late on this, by the way, everyone. I haven't even seen the ones that people sent. Caleb, thank you for the $10. Elizabeth, thank you for the $25. Drew with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kaz, thank you so much for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Stacy, thank you for the $5. Sydney, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Zen, thank you so much for the $10. Joseph with the $10. Zoe, thank you for the $5. And Anna, thank you for the $5. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to send everyone over to Santana's Live. Yes, I will hit a blink. Everyone go over to Santana's Live. Santana 24 speaks. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Go over there. Show some love. Santana 24 speaks. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming through. I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Again, Santana 24 speaks. It's also that on YouTube as well. So make sure to go to Santana's stream on YouTube as well and show some love there. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone.